Hello. Oh. Hello. I see.
Hi.
I don't know why it moved. It moved you all the way up there, Lynn. Hello, everybody. Hi. Hello, Crazy Fox. Hello, Sasa. Hello, Wizlock. And hello, everybody lurking in the chat. Hello, your second shadow. Crazy Fox.
Where was I?
You were like right in the middle, like right at where my neck bow is. It was funny. Hey, Squeaky, you got some new games today and a PS5 controller. I don't know what to do with. Do you have a PS5 for that PS5 controller? And are those games for PS5?
There are lines on the floor.
And are there lines on the floor?
I demand to have your PS5. I want to play Spider-Man.
Well, they might just have a controller. They might not have the PS5. But
I'll get a PS5 so I can have it so I can play Spider-Man.
But I was gonna say, Crazy Fox, hello. He's saying, hello, it's time to watch a Squeaky stream wrapped in my squeaky blanket, drinking from my squeaky cup. Thank you again so much for getting some merch from the heckin' merch store. Freaking heckin', and you can get your freaking merch here if you so choose at that site there. I will be probably throwing some new product pictures, since Crazy Fox was nice enough to show me pictures of. She made me buy. I did not make you buy one, Sasa. I think you want a giveaway. You want a giveaway. I didn't make you do anything. But I'm really, really happy that Crazy Fox, that your stuff made it to you safely. And that blanket is huge. There's even a cat in the picture to compare. Get me video games of Spider-Man. But yes, I'm talking about the Oh, she made me buy one. I'm talking about the PS5 controller. I don't have a PS5, but my mom had the misconception that they were on sale for 25 bucks. They were only 25 bucks off. Oh. Huh.
Huh.
I didn't win a giveaway. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking. I know that some people won the giveaway that like, because Crazy Fox got some stuff. I thought we were talking about my merch. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about my merch. Not even 25% off. First off, before we get to the meat and potatoes of things, holy moly, it's been a week. It's been a busy week, actually. You can't have my PS5 black. I need it for Baldur's. For Baldur's Gate, you know it's on PC too, right?
Yeah, you don't need to give it. Give it now. I want to play Spooderman.
My PC exploded. Oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. I want a PS5 for Christmas, though. Howdy. Hi, Ryfan. How we doing? But yes, it has been a week. Like, heckin'... Honestly, it hasn't been that bad. I think the worst thing that happened this week was the Canadian government being like, hey, there was an issue with your taxes, so you need to give us that $1,000 back. And I'm like, huh? But so I paid them that money back, and then they're gonna be like, according to the agent that I talked to, they were like, yeah, and because of that issue that was in your taxes, you were automatically enrolled in a worker's benefit, and we've since canceled that for you, but the money that you did get previously, we're gonna need that back too. And I'm like, okay. There was something wrong with your taxes. Sure. Well, here's the thing, Wizlog. I have no reason to really lie on my taxes because, again, the IRS and Canadian equivalents, they know how much you owe or they have to give you. They just want to make sure that you're telling the truth when you fill out the paperwork. They know. They already know. And in this case, to put it in a very, very like quick, in a quick thing, because we talked to an agent about it. We talked to an agent about it because I got the email, and my email talks about how a change in Jester's earnings affected it. affected, the benefit being taken away. The one that I was automatically enrolled with, that it isn't even that much money, and it's then being split into 4 payments that I didn't even notice until I looked at my bank one day. But they were like, oh, we noticed that your partner has 2 T4s for some reason, which is the Canadian equivalent of a W-2 form. And they were like, so we fixed the data and the information, and because of that, your household income no longer reaches the threshold. Household income is the total of my income and Jester's. Because we are common law partners, we are considered our own little household. And because our incomes put together goes past a certain threshold, I don't get any automatically enrolled benefits that I didn't even fucking ask for. And now, because they've rectified this, not only were they gonna ask back for the money that we got, thinking that we somehow got a refund, because we already thought it was kind of odd, because we almost never get a tax refund. We don't, like, people look forward to doing their taxes because, hey, they'll get money back. We're like, we don't get shit back. We don't care. So when we did, we thought something was kind of up. But I had checked over everything and everything looked fine when we input it, but I guess not. So they're pretty much asking for that money back, and that's like, nah, that makes sense. And then on top of that, they're like, also, we gave you this benefit, we're gonna need that back too. But I'll get the notice at some point of how much they want back. I already know it's gonna be like 300 something. And it is what it is. Again, that's what savings accounts and emergency funds are for. I'm more than covered. Yeah, it is a lot of money to cough up at once, but again, it is what it is. So that's a headache to deal with yo. Again, it is what it is. Honestly, it could be a lot worse because it just kind of turns out that we kind of, if anything, it's just going to make me even more paranoid now whenever we do file our taxes again, because I want to make sure that they're right. Because again, you don't want to accidentally get money that you're not supposed to. And then this happens where you have to give it back. That's why it's like whenever you get any sort of money back from the IRS, CRA, your tax bureau equivalent, you want to wait till the end of the year to touch that money, because you never know when they're going to reassess your taxes. Did something break? No, I'm just looking at my VTuber model. But while V-Bridger figures itself out, while FBI, CRA, IRS, DEA, your tax broker equivalent association, they look over it again near the end of the year. That is a thing they do. They just, at the end of the year, they look over it again to make sure everything's correct. And if you fucked up and you owe them, and or vice versa, then they give you that money, or they ask you for that money back. So again, yeah, I just kind of just restarted V-Bridger. But yeah, so until essentially next year, it's a good habit to not touch that money. Jester never touched his money because he already knew something kind of fell off. So he never touched it. And then in my case, I kind of needed to use it as a buffer, since around that time we got it, we went on vacation, and I just needed the buffer because I wasn't getting paid for my time off. But either way, again, this is money that I have stowed away in my savings, among a bunch more monies, because I save my money. I'm pretty good with my money. And it just means that, you know, my tips are just going to be going strictly into into my savings, along with just going back to my usual saving habits before I started paying things off like a model. So thankfully, very, very soon, I'm going to have a lot of disposable income to really start dumping back into my savings account. So again, we're all fine. It was just a man, this fucking sucks moment. But honestly, my week has just been busy. But that's not why we're here. We're here in what was once a Just Chatting stream because the Pathfinder 2nd Edition Remaster has come out. If I'm remembering correctly, this was their response to Wizards of the Coast being stupid with their OGL, and they were like, "I bet we're just gonna fucking revamp and redo our system. We wanted to do it anyway. We're gonna make it easier to understand for newbies. We're gonna make it more visually appealing, and we're just gonna clean up and tidy it up a bit. Yes, the new orc license. Now, don't ask me about the orc license. I don't know shit. We can maybe look into that if we get anything like that. The Pokemon 52, hello and welcome. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Emerald, thanks for the comfy mode and breaking V-Bridger after
And
I just
we're going to
fucking
scrub out the
fixed it.
potentially copyrightable material.
My little witch girl went pop. Yeah, I'm interested playing Pathfinder 2nd edition once and it was so bad. Oh. Yeah, so unfortunately, I have never played a Pathfinder game. But I've been using this time that I have not been playing a game to instead try to learn the game. And I was more than willing and ready to pick up a book of 2nd edition. But then apparently the remaster was happening. So I very much delayed that until we had a couple streams where we kind of diverted into talking about some of the remaster stuff that people like Phoebe Bain, which I'll give them a shout out, even though they don't really stream on Twitch. I'm gonna give Phoebe, I think it's Phoebe Bain VT. Yes, Phoebe Bain VT. They occasionally stream, but I don't know how frequently that she streams. She has been posting shorts on her YouTube, going over things like Pathfinder, and she is in general a Pathfinder educational VTuber, a goblin among many. And I've been following her for quite a while and like been a part of her Discord for a good while too, just kind of through osmosis, because when it comes to being in Discords and active in Discords, I kind of suck at it. And mostly just, again, watching her stuff and seeing what she has to say. And that's how I've been kind of keeping with the up and up about things. It's how I knew about the playtest. It's how I knew that it was out already, that the remaster was out already. And she overall seems to be a pretty cool person. I've met people who kind of know her and they say she's really sweet. So that's awesome. But yeah, let's freaking get into our meat and potatoes. Wah. Apparently, there we go, make sure everybody's perfect. There is an errata for this, which is essentially a day one hotfix. We'll be going over that as we kind of get to the certain pages that they apply to, because it doesn't apply to the whole thing, only some things. So don't worry there. First off, let me quickly heckin' get some vibes in. We're gonna get some heckin' music going so that we're not just sitting in the silence. But I want to make sure. It picks up. There we go. I'm pretty sure the witch got more powerful in this one. I'm excited. A remaster and an errata all at once, huh? Yeah. I learned what errata was because of this. I was like, that sounds weird. But yes.
Yeah, erratas happen when
Yep, about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, literally about 10 minutes ago. But yeah, so what we're gonna try to do, because obviously this is a 466 page book with many chapters, classes, and new things to kind of go through. We're probably not going to definitely go through everything. Is it going to be a series of streams? I'm not promising shit right now. What I want to look through, what I have interest in, are some of the classes, the races, and possibly, if we have the time tonight, taking one of my characters and converting them into a Pathfinder character to see how close to what we have in their said thing and then some we can achieve. Because I have been told that some of my characters would really work well in Pathfinder if only we were playing Pathfinder. So let's see if that holds any fucking water. How about? Let's see. Let's look into it. Fucking player core. Now we've got our Page 40 takes us to our ancestries and backgrounds. We can go into the character creation and leveling up, seeing what they talk about here. Then we've got our feats, we've got equipment, spells, and then just overall playing the game. This is the last 100-some pages of the book. Of course it is. Then we've got the appendix, the character sheet at the end, which I have a separate thing of. What character are you thinking as my first thought was Priscilla? Well, we technically did Priscilla already when we were going over the Exemplar and the Animus playtest. We made Priscilla as if she was an Animist, based on how the two classes were kind of going at the time the playtest had just came out. I have a feeling, I think I know who I'm going to use in this case if we get to it, but I'm not going to say, just in case, what we go over today maybe kind of gives me a stroke of information. And like with the last time we did anything Pathfinder related, I have here Lynn and I have here Anthony, the only two people that I know most that know the most about Pathfinder. So they're going to help me in terms of understanding, confirming, or negating anything that I might understand wrong, and essentially clear the air. And people are more than welcome, if they themselves are curious about Pathfinder or want to know any of their thoughts and opinions, are more than welcome, are more than willing to answer any and all questions, as long as they are not too fucking stupid, in the chat. So with that being...
too fucking stupid? That's for you to find out.
That being said, we've got a cute little blurb here. And we've got our introduction. What is a role-playing game? I like to think that we know what this is. Which dice do I roll to smash? I don't know. Expanding your horizon? I'm trying to do something, Rod.
Usually a D20.
Usually a D20. So it's giving you the basics of play, talking about the dice, maps and miniatures, which you don't really require this, the monster core, tools of play, creating a narrative, playing the game, exploration encounters, giving you kind of a bit of a rundown of what to expect when you come to the table. Again, most of us, I want to believe, have played a tabletop game, whether it be a homebrew, Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, Warhammer, things like that, and the many other various systems that are out there. So regarding regripping rules, why would you need to regrip?
What's that?
Arad says, so regarding regripping rules, why would you need to regrip? I don't know the answer to that.
Regrip? God, what is regrip used for again?
Probably means rewrite.
Yeah.
I mostly play D&D in the Persona Crimson Parcel PBTA. Oh. Okay, so they go to the key terms here. Action, class, ancestry, condition, all this stuff here. Pathfinder specifically seems to have things called ancestries, and I think this is a Pathfinder thing. Hi, Useless, how we doing?
Ancestry is basically race.
Yeah,
but it's more than that. But it's more, and it's more than that.
Yeah, we'll go through a couple things here. Again, so ancestry, it says here, and an ancestry is a broad family of people that a character belongs to. Ancestry determines the character's starting hit points, language, senses, and speed, and it grants access to ancestry feats. So it's like Anthony said, it's like your race, but because it covers so much more, they don't want to leave it to just race. It's not just what your people are, it's what they've done, what they've achieved, what they've passed through the family line.
And what they typically expect from one of their own.
Mm-hmm.
And what people expect from one of those.
It's a more PC way to race, while also being more accurate to the actual context of its mechanics.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so we've got check, initiative, bonuses and penalties, level, round, NPC, perception, PC, skill, rarity, proficiency, role-playing, turn. Again, just definitions to general terms you'll be hearing at the table. So we're gonna kind of gloss over this stuff. An example of play. Again, this stuff is good for people who have never been to a table before. So when they want to see an example of how things would go, and I like that they have this kind of in a script. Because again, it's a game. Some people like to, you know, consider it like an improv, or again, playing a play or things like that. So having it in a script format and kind of like having a moment of role play and then going into actions, this is good. They've got a couple things, and then how to use the book, essentially. Oop, oop, oop. Yep, so while this chapter is here to teach you the basics of Pathfinder, the rest of this rulebook serves as a reference manual during play, and it is organized to make finding the rule you need as easy as possible. So right now we are in the introduction. So we're gonna kind of keep going. We need to know these icons because I sure as fuck keep forgetting them. So we got the little diamond, the little diamondy diamond here is a single action. Actually, let me zoom in. Let me hemkim. I'm using the browser zoom in thing, and maybe that's, oh no, here it is. It's right fucking here. Here we go. Nice and meaty. And let me actually screen share. I completely forgot to do that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just kind of excited. Alrighty. There we go. So now I've got the screen share open so you guys can jump in and also follow along. Burp. Let's see.
It's a right arrow, and yet, thankfully they're pretty straightforward, where the only one that might not be immediately obvious is free action.
Yeah.
Yeah, free actions are important.
It may be related to doing things in combat other than swinging, like using a hand to open a door. It pretty much exists only to use up an action in combat to balance out the superior damage output. Oh. Okay, excuse me. Alrighty, so we've got this little arrow thingy here. If we look at that little mini dot as like the root of the arrow, then it's a little bit easier. One is single action. The double, where there's like the little bit of overlap, is the 2 action. Then the third overlap is a 3 action activity. The curvy arrow is a reaction. And what looks kind of like a white arrow is a free action. The free actions symbol reminds me of Zelda for some reason.
Yeah.
I guess I can see what you mean. Alrighty, with that being said, they also explain here.
Oh, actually looked at chat. He was talking about grappling.
Oh, grappling.
Oh.
Yeah, no, grappling is important.
Oh, okay. Wow. Alrighty. So, now, I'm pretty sure, remembering my Dungeons and Dragons book, these little token icons, they don't exist in there. They just kind of tell you what it is. So we'll just quickly gloss over actions. So single actions use that symbol. They're the simplest, most common type of action. You can use 3 single actions on your turn in an encounter, any other order you see fit. So Pathfinder sounds complicated. Well, this is the remaster Devil May Cry, and this has apparently been simplified so newbies can understand it a little bit better. And the point of this is to not only kind of for myself to look at the Pathfinder remaster, but also for people who are curious about Pathfinder in any way, shape, or form and kind of want to dip their toes a little bit into themselves. This might be a stream where you can maybe get some interest in it. You can ask some questions, since I've got 2 people here who are a lot more well-versed in Pathfinder than I am. And we're just gonna look through it together, ask maybe people some questions, freaking brainstorm some ideas on our heads, and maybe even fill out a sheet. So just some fun stuff, fun weekend stuff. Yeah. So now one thing with Pathfinder that I've known from the very beginning, even before I knew that it came from Pathfinder, is that Pathfinder has a 3 action economy, whereas Dungeons and Dragons
Either that
has
or
a 2.
talking about taking a hand off a weapon, doing a thing with the free hand, and then gripping the weapon again. Mm-hmm. Also, Pathfinder is complicated, but it's actually not much more so than 5th edition. It's just different in certain ways.
Mm-hmm. Anyone recommend any TTRPG podcasts for Pathfinder? I wouldn't know, because I, funny enough, don't have a lot of time for podcasts. Which is why I kind of instead dive kind of into watching things myself that I can find that is more short form content. Or again, things like Phoebe Bain on Twitter, who she occasionally does threads talking about Pathfinder. If you're talking about real play, as in like people who host Pathfinder games, like on Twitch and stuff, I unfortunately couldn't tell you any. No Nat 1 over on YouTube will help you out. Oh, well, there you go. There's somebody there.
And the action economy in 5th edition is actually pretty complicated and obtuse when you actually break it down. We're just used to it, so we don't think about it much.
Yeah, and obviously every DM will also kind of adjust to their table what they see fit. So like what can count as a bonus action or what can't be in one table, a DM might let slide in theirs and things like that. Now Pathfinder has a 3-action economy. I'm aware of the 3-action economy.
Since 5th edition doesn't have a 2-action system so much as it has a whole bunch of different action categories that can't overlap.
Yeah. Yeah, so with 5th edition, you've got your action and your bonus action. Only things that are considered bonus actions can be done in your bonus action. There you go. And then anything that is considered an action can be used in your action. And that's pretty much it. It seems cut and dry, but then there are things of like what you can do during actions. And maybe if you do something during an action, you can't do this during your bonus action, or vice versa.
And one of the actions isn't even explicitly written in the book. It's the interact action, which only exists because the rules imply it does.
So that's that thing where it's like, that's where you kind of talk to your DM and see what they do in their table. But going by the books, it's pretty rigid until it decides it wants to be complicated. I've definitely run into some issues with the 2-action or action bonus action economy in D&D, where in one table, if I do something for my bonus action, or I think it was like if I did a spell for my action, I couldn't do another spell for my bonus action, or vice versa. It's weird because again, it's like they don't specify these things. At least not kind of, maybe they do, but again, some tables let it slide and some tables don't. Your DM may vary. Whereas
I like to think I'm very lenient.
Yeah. With Pathfinder, it seems to be, as long as they tick the proper box, you can do what you want, but I don't know. Because again, haven't played one. So that's what these two are here for. So, Pathfinder...
It's basically that, yeah.
5th edition has action, bonus action, move action, interact action, and a whole bunch of rules and restrictions on how things can be used that get really brain-hurty when you actually think about it.
Yeah. It's specified but often home ruled. Exactly. That being said, I know about the 3-action economy for Pathfinder because that is something that Deco took when he created his homebrew. He took Pathfinder's 3-turn economy, or 3-action economy, and that's why in his turns you can do 3 things. Whereas with D&D, once I finally started playing D&D, only hearing that you can do 2, I was like, what the fuck? But again, so there you go. That was as far as my knowledge of Pathfinder went. You can do 3 things per turn. That's a lot of stuff for my mushy brain. Yeah, and again, most DMs who are pretty skilled in the game and want to be a little bit more simple, usually tend to hand wave these sorts of things. There are some DMs that'll be very, very by the book, and some DMs that are very lenient. Again, your DM may vary. That's why it's always good in general to talk with your DM about what they will and will not allow at their table. And again, if you run into a hiccup because maybe you're used to something at your table and it's your first time at another's, that's completely fine. I had this experience when I was in Varendel's table in terms of I can't quite remember the exact instance. I think it was it was with talking in battle, where a
bonus action is something you can do fast, so it makes sense that you can't use an action as a bonus action. However, why can't you use a bonus action in place of an action, since it's explicitly easier to do and it makes perfect sense that you'd be able to sacrifice a larger exertion for a smaller one? But no, you can't do that. Why? Because shut up, it's a game. And
Pretty
to
much.
that, Lynn says do better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in that case, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, it's gone. But oh wait, there we go. Now I remember now. But yeah, no. When I was in V's table, one of the rules when it came to talking to your party members, it had to be limited to a certain amount of words because one, the actual time the battle takes place in, the actual like amount of time a battle takes, and because you don't want your players to be having full-blown conversations and what is happening in the span of 6 seconds to a minute. That's not possible, and again, that just slows things down at the table. Understandable. Logan, at least in my experience in DMS, there's no real restrictions on that. If you're saying something really quick, as long as it's something quick and we don't go into a conversation, it's usually fine. But in V's table, it's like, I think it was like about 10 words or something. I can't quite remember. But either way, your DM may vary. Talk to your DM. That's that point. So, from what I'm seeing with Pathfinder's action economy, there's actions, there's reactions, and there's free actions. So we already went over the single action. You can use 3 on your turn for an encounter in any order you see fit. Reactions can be used even when it's not your turn. You get 1 reaction per encounter round, and you can use it only when its specific trigger is fulfilled. Often the trigger is another creature's actions. It's exactly what it says in the tin. It's a reaction. And then the free actions don't require you to spend any of your 3 single actions or your reaction. A free action might have a trigger like a reaction does. If so, you can use it just like a reaction, even if it's not in your turn. However, you can only use 1 free action per trigger, so if you have multiple free actions with the same trigger, you have to decide which to use. If a free action doesn't have a trigger, you use it like a single action, just without spending any of your actions and turns. So essentially, again, free action, or quote-unquote bonus action. You were talking about talking. Thank you. So yeah, pretty simple. To what extent, we'll find out as we go through.
The neat thing about Pathfinder's 3-action system is that all actions are the same and draw from the same pool. There aren't arbitrary restrictions on the sort of actions you have to use. You can do any combination of things you like as it ends up being 3 actions total. Unless it has a specific trait, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
It's super straightforward.
Yeah. So as long as it says, at the end of the day, when it comes to Pathfinder's action economy, from what I'm understanding, as long as the sum is 3, you can do what you want. as long as at the end it equals 3 actions. So we've got the example of an action or a feat name, its prerequisites, its frequency, its trigger, its requirements, the description, anything special to take note of. There we go, things like that. So going into character creation, this explains the sheet, the faith, all that stuff. Our basic stats, kind of just like with 5th edition, strength, intelligence, dexterity, wisdom, constitution, and charisma. And now we go into the ancestries. What the fuck can you even be in Pathfinder?
Oh boy,
There's no arbitrary rule saying you can't cast spells and attack in the same turn. You'll probably need to be positioned properly to do so, but you super can.
If you have enough economy, yes. Sometimes, most spells take 2 actions because God hates you.
Alrighty,
or
so
one of my favorite spells requires 2 whole rounds of casting, and it's really fun.
So when it comes to the Pathfinder,
level 1.
when it comes to the Pathfinder races and races/ancestries, when you ask what can you be in Pathfinder, the answer is, I guess to some extent, what can't you be? There's an array of many colorful things that you can be, and essentially no two characters of similar ancestries will ever truly be the same unless they literally just copy off each other.
Like 15 different kinds of furries. So they got Decoa's people covered.
That's
what can you be? What you probably yes, exactly.
actually that's not totally inaccurate. You can even be undead because Paizo aren't full of fucking cowards.
Now
and be large. Sorry.
Now, when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, it does have a lot of races, but because they're kind of doing races and not ancestries, it kind of limits things. Certain races can't be as big or as small as you would want. Only have so many features, only have so many skills, so many boosts. Again, from what it seems with Pathfinder, you kind of get to... It's like being given a bucket of Legos. Where
yeah, basically.
It's like being given a bucket of Legos where D&D gives you a puzzle. The puzzle being that you have a certain amount of pieces and they have to fit in a certain way to get your picture. Whereas with a bucket of Legos, you can do whatever the fuck you want. It's a bucket of Legos. So, to start with, we have the dwarf. Short, stocky people who are often stubborn, fierce, and devoted. They get boosts to Constitution, Wisdom, and a free boost, so point. And their tribute flaw, which we'll get into because I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm going to guess is what they take a negative in.
So a flaw is a -2.
-2.
A boon is a +2.
Okay, so I was kind of on the right track. I was like, the flaw sounds like taking a minus in something.
Yeah, it's an entire attribute point essentially. It's a +1 or -1 depending.
Okay.
But there is a rule right now that they added in that says, hey, if you want, you can ignore that and just have all get rid of the guaranteed boost and instead just be like humans and just get free the flaw and boost and just get some freebies instead.
Okay. So yeah,
to make that more in line because some of those minuses are really fucking counterintuitive to getting certain class combinations going.
Yeah. So
both systems have a ton of options. Mostly Pathfinder's ancestries are like a secondary class, where in D&D editions beyond the original, your race is an aesthetic with a one-time grab bag of often minor boons.
So, yeah, that's the thing. It's like race in D&D is just, again, like your little grab bag of what you want to get that's like special to you, quote unquote, or that you've had since you were born. Whereas in Ancestries, they come with a whole smorgasbord of things. It's like selecting a second class. So, again, dwarves have boosts or pluses in Constitution, Wisdom, and a free one, and have a minus in Charisma. The elves, tall, long-lived people with a strong tradition of art and music, with their boosts going to Dexterity, Intelligence, and a free. It seems like all of them have... Okay, some of them have free, with Constitution being their minus. Then we have gnomes, are short and hardy folk with an unquenchable curiosity and eccentric habits. Their boosts are in Constitution, Charisma, and a free boost, with a minus in Strength. And then we have goblins. Goblins are short, scrappy, energetic people who have spent millennia maligned and feared, with Dexterity, Charisma, and a free trait. And then Wisdom in their attribute flaw.
They're clever, but they're not smart. I mean, they're smart, but they're not wise, rather.
It's a grab bag, and sometimes that grab bag was way larger than other bags. This seems very interesting. Goblins. Do we know a lot of goblins? Or yes. at least I'm aware of the existence of several goblins. The VTubers, the community has, quote unquote community. The VTuber sphere, there we go, has a lot of goblins. Anywho, ancestries. Well, I already read that. Halfling. Halfling are short, resilient people who exhibit remarkable curiosity and humor. Their boosts are Dexterity, Wisdom, and a free stat, and their minus is in Strength, so similar to gnomes. We have your fucking human. Your human. Diverse and adaptable people with wide potential and deep ambitions. They just get 2 free attributes and have no flaw. You have your leshies, are immortal nature spirits placed in small plant bodies seeking to experience the world. Their boosts are in Constitution, Wisdom, and a free one, and their flaw is in Intelligence. And then you have orcs, which are proud, strong people with hardened physiques who value physical might and glory in combat, with 2 free attributes and no flaw. Then we have the versatile heritages. We've got the changeling, which are children of malevolent hags born with occult magic and the potential to hear a psychic call. Humans get to cheat like in most of these games, but it seems like so does the orc, because they both just get
tough.
Yeah, they both get 2 free attributes and no flaw, and same with the humans. So, but again, maybe there's more to that. We'll go check it out when we see him. Oh, neat. Changeling can be any legacy. Yeah.
Yeah, changelings or anything, including, you can also go the D&D angle of it's a fucking hag child, if you want.
Okay, so
they can be whatever.
These heritages can be chosen for a member of any ancestry. Then we've got Nephilim. Nephilim are influenced by the divine magic of the outer sphere, often with fiendish or celestial features. We went over Nephilim a little bit. It was like a little preview of the Nephilim. We didn't get to see all of it. And then we have mixed ancestry. Create a character such as half-elven, a variant or an orc-blooded dromare who comes from multiple ancestries. Page 82. So page 82 goes more into mixed ancestries. People be fucking, and sometimes you have a lot of fucking crossing. Sometimes you got a bit of this, and you got a dwarf orc, or you got a goblin halfling. People be fucking is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
You can make a dwarf.
There used to be
yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. And unlike in fucking Dark Sun, half human, half dwarves aren't the products of actual evil, horrible things. I'm not gonna talk about Dark Sun here. We're talking about Pathfinder. Anyway, but no, in the old before this update, half orc and half elf were the only half races. But the game does state, even if you can even do a half elf, half orc, which is an elf orc if you wanted. You have to make it human, but you would still get access to the human feats because I don't know why. At least sometimes. But now that they've added in, like, hey, mixed races are real things. Have fun. My favorite idea is a gnome Nephilim, because it's a tiny tiefling. He's a teeny tiefling.
Now, what I am curious about, because again, so it doesn't seem like D&D has much in terms of how they handle mixed races.
They just say, yeah, it's probably real anyway.
Yeah, they kind of just hand wave it from the looks of it, which a lot of people don't really seem to. Well, some people to a lot of people seem to not really like, because again, most people, when they create a character, it's a character they get attached to. They have it's a very personal attachment. They don't kind of want it to just be...
The rules for mixed races in 5th edition is that it's purely cosmetic in most cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no mechanical benefit to being mixed race. It's just an aesthetic that you could say you have.
With D&D, they kind of seem to just hand wave it.
You pick one of the races and take that one stat block.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't actually get any. You don't get both. You just pick one, so you're just technically a mono race.
Yeah. So they generally just hand wave it, because they don't really want to think about it or whatever. They don't, or maybe they don't. I don't know what the reason is. It could be a lazy reason. It could be just not wanting to overwhelm the player with so many possibilities. But the general thing is that they hand wave it. Some people don't like that because they like the idea of mixing races and getting a little bit of each one. So it's totally understandable. Pathfinder lets you do this because, again, picking from a race, mixing races, it's like taking other classes. So it's able to do that. Now I know Logan, when the setting guide comes out, he has something in terms of how to handle mixed races. And trust me, when the setting guide comes out, God knows, in a bajillion years, with his permission, I kind of want to go over it too. I'm really curious to see how he's planning on handling mixed races in that, because that's something he's talking about and is a selling point for this guide to essentially his setting guide for D&D.
The way they do races make it so you'd need to make entire unique stat blocks for each mix, which is just not tenable.
Yeah.
Where ancestries in Pathfinder make is super easy and straightforward.
Mm-hmm. I've got a fun idea for a fairy tiefling. Huh.
Yeah, you can.
Well, now Pathfinder doesn't have tieflings anymore. They're called Nephilim now.
Nephilim.
So either way, going into the actual classes now, we've got pretty much your standard fare like with D&D, with a couple different things here and there. I like that in Pathfinder, you have to actually choose a feat for an elf to be trained in elf weapons. Whereas in D&D 5e, all elves from everywhere just know how to use bows and short swords. And again,
every race has that. So
yeah,
like every single one. I think even human weapon weapon master is a thing. I think.
Yep,
and again, maybe the reason for that is just to be more straightforward and have it be one less thing the player has to worry about. Again, like, I think wasn't the point of 5e just for D&D to be a lot more accessible to people who've never been at a table?
They made it. They dumbed it down a lot to make it as simple as possible, but so like vague and like not fucking.
Yeah, but see, it worked.
Yeah, it worked. I'm not saying it didn't work. I'm not saying it failed. I'm saying that it did its job.
Mm-hmm. I think it may have been a legacy issue as well, says Rod. Oh. Mm. I don't know. I don't know. This is
5th
like
edition makes a ton of things automatic. They remove a ton of choice in order to promote accessibility.
Mm-hmm. D&D loves its legacy content. It did the job, and that's half the problem. Yeah. The other half of the problem is that now if you wanted to change it up, you had to do that yourself. Wherein lies the problem. Not everyone knows how to do that stuff. Or then you have to go find a third-party thing, which I'm sure back then the third-party scene was not as crazy as it is now.
It was not.
That being said, Nat 19 is going to be doing a Kickstarter for the Reshia setting guide for Somnus Domina for 5e. Just wanted to shell that out real quick. Anywho, and I might shell it out still a couple times.
You shell all you want.
Which I've talked about before. Being dumbed down doesn't mean being bad. 5th edition has some actual bad design, but it's not because it's dumbed down, just some super questionable choices they made.
Mm-hmm. I do like how witches are just called witches here instead of being called the gender word. The gender word? Okay, sure. I don't know what you mean. Oh, gendered word. I'm still confused. Warlock. Okay, I mean, we have wizard. I don't know. So, going into
Did you know bonus actions were never actually tested? Yeah, they just showed up in the 5th edition book out of nowhere, and it shows.
Warlock is just the word for male witches. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Alrighty. So, we've got our bard. So, we all kind of know what a bard is at this point, I hope. But just in case, distract foes and inspires allies with skilled performances and secrets of the occult. Their key attribute is charisma, and their secondary is constitution and dexterity. Which tends to be gendered as well. Yeah, kind of. Then we've got the cleric, calls on the power of a deity to cast spells that can heal allies or harm foes. Wisdom, charisma, we're not going to go too much on the key attributes. Hopefully you guys can see them here. If not, I'll just zoom in a little bit again. We've got the druid, uses the magic of the natural world to bolster allies and strike down enemies. You've got your fighter, master of weapons, martial techniques, and powerful attack combinations.
Technically not true. Which is actually a gender-neutral term. It's only more modernly that they decided to gender the terms, but witch and warlock are distinct things historically.
It's true.
Hi, Norwegian. How we doing? How we doing, good snack? How is the snack? Wow. Alrighty, we've got the ranger, a master of using their surroundings, traps, and animal allies to harry
Making
enemies.
witch gendered was mostly sexism.
Yes. It was.
And marketing.
Ooh. We've got the rogue, is a multi-talented master of skullduggery, who strikes when enemies least expect it. So, you're rogue. We've got the witch, who casts spells and hexes learned from a powerful familiar from a mysterious patron. So, yeah, it's kind of like your warlock in D&D. It's just called witch here. Same shit, different name. And then we've got wizard, is a scholar whose reservoirs of arcane knowledge powers their wondrous spells and abilities. Alrighty. We've got an explanation of that heckin' sheet, which looked scary back then. And again, this is probably as scary as it looks, but if I could fill one out, so can you. So don't worry. We might go through this. We might go over it. It'll be fine. Alrighty. Building attribute modifiers. This is all about filling that Hemkim thing. We're going through equipment, calculating modifiers, again, building your character.
I criticize the sheets for both games. There are better ways to address this problem than just maximizing density.
Yeah, again, this is...
Sorry, continue.
No, I just kind of look at the sheet and I'm just like, this is just a lot. But it's fine. Hemkin. Yeah, Hemkin. Sometimes I speak in baby words. So character creation, leveling up. Again, it goes into that. We've got age, gender, and pronouns. So characters of all genders are equally likely to become adventurers. Record your character's gender, if applicable, and their pronouns on the 3rd page of the character sheet. This is telling you everything that goes where. So page 3, I don't think they show page 3. They only show page 2, which again, ancestry and general feats. This is where all your spells would be, your inventory, all that good jazz. Calculate your modifiers, finishing your details, your deity, your armor class, your bulk, sample character. And then it essentially kind of walks you through the steps, making an example.
Oh no,
so
Pathfinder went woke. Spoiler alert, always has been.
Yeah.
Then they've got the same steps that they explain to you kind of up here. And then they kind of essentially write you a little story about how someone fills out their Pathfinder sheet. That's pretty cute. Sometimes it being like this is a good way to kind of help have a newbie player go into it. So for example, steps 1 and 2. Adam is making his first Pathfinder character. After talking about it with the rest of the group, he's decided to make a dwarf druid. After jotting down a few ideas, he begins writing down a +0 for each attribute modifier. Adam looks up the dwarf entry in Chapter 2. He records the attribute boost to his Constitution and Wisdom modifiers, bringing them both up to +1. He also applies the attribute flaw to his Charisma, dropping it to -1. For his free attribute boost, he chooses Dexterity to boost his defenses, raising it to +1 as well. He also records the 10 hit points the Ancestry gives him, and then so on and so forth. Leveling up. Experience points. This is, I feel like, something you would work alongside with the DM, so we won't worry about that. We've got a whole heckin' map. We've got a whole hemkin map here.
MEP.
Yeah, MEP. We got a whole...
Multiple attack penalty. So, this.
What?
Now, multiple attack penalty. Everyone sit down.
What?
Multiple attack penalty means
Map?
that the more you try and do an action, the worse you are at it.
Where y'all talking about map?
What?
I'm talking about an actual map.
Oh, sorry. I was looking away for a while. I thought you just skipped everything.
No.
I'm being distracted.
No, I'm just talking
I
about
thought you were doing a bit.
No! No, a
And
map!
it was a good bit.
It was a map!
Or was
I meant
it?
Anthony.
Oh!
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm always doing a bit, probably. What?
I was like, wait, multiple attack penalty, that's a thing? There's a map?
Yes, multiple. Sorry, that's we're used to referring. I'm so used to referring to that as just being called map all the time. So like,
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair, it works.
it can be a bitch and a half because a lot of things count as attacks. Anyway.
It's just a map. This is just a map. So I'm guessing unless the DM is creating their own.
It's a thing. I kind of don't like it, but I completely understand why it's necessary.
Yeah.
I don't like it, and I don't think it's ever necessary, but that's just me.
When it comes to the map here, I'm guessing this is the world Pathfinder kind of takes place in, quote unquote. This is the world they give you to play in, should you not make your own.
Yeah, at least a part of it.
At least a part of it.
Yeah, Galarian. It's pretty sick. It's so it's such an it's genuinely such a cool fucking world, I'm not gonna lie.
Alrighty, yep. Galarian and the Inner Sea. While some players prefer to create a character and define them solely through
Shinohara's
roleplay.
country isn't on this map.
Nope.
That'll be later.
Yeah. So while some players prefer to create a character and define them solely through roleplay, other players may wish to tie their character into the world through backstory and motives. Knowing the setting of the world you intend to play in can help flesh out your character, or even give rise to new ideas for a character that you hadn't considered. Oh, thank you. So this is a bit of the world in and of itself. The lore of all this goings on about. So as someone who lives in a magical fantasy world, a person from Galarian has a different set of assumptions than someone from modern Earth. The following are some of these setting assumptions to keep in mind as you create your character. For more information on the world of Galarian, see the Pathfinder Lost Omens World Guide for a basic premiere, and the Lost Omens setting line for a deeper look at different parts of the world. Galarian is magical.
You're just gonna keep saying it different ways, aren't you?
I don't know how to say this word.
Galarian.
Galarian?
Galarian.
Okay. Galarian is magical.
Fuck off.
Stories of wizards who can cast spells and pious servants of the gods who can conjure miracles are commonplace, and people know that they are real. While very powerful magicians are rare, most villages have a few people who have some minor magical ability. Galarian has technology. The concept of a flintlock pistol or a clockwork machine isn't baffling to most people, though there are exceptions in some regions. However, the line between technology and magic is fuzzy for many, and they might easily mistake one for the other. Galarian is multicultural. Much like the real world, Galarian has many different nations and cultures all across the globe. Magical transportation, historical explorations, and well-trod trade routes have seen people from all over the world travel to other locales. While immigrants and travelers from other continents may not be common, they're certainly not impossible. Galarian is ancient. The known history of Galarian spans nearly 6,000 years, and that doesn't include the history that people don't know about. This long and storied past means that there are always some new secret or discovery to be dug up by scholars, or some ancient curse or threat waiting to be uncovered and set free. Galarian is dangerous. There's almost always something causing trouble in Galarian, from bandits to dragons to corrupt nobles and would-be tyrants. Those who seek to travel look to brave adventurers to forge the way, ensuring their safety in a frightening world. And then they've got something on the Inner Sea region. There's a lot here. Actually, not that much. Okay, we can go into that. So the Inner Sea region is further divided from the following 10 regions. So we've got Absalom and the Starstone Isle, which the theme is fantasy megacity. Known as the city at the center of the world, Absalom displays the glory and squalor that only a major metropolis can provide. Its crowning jewel is the Starstone, a magic artifact that can turn someone who touches it into a god, but only a handful of people have ever survived the attempt. Absalom's glittering promise of opportunity is there for those who reach for it, provided they ignore the pile of bodies that promise is built on. Then we have some example characters that could come from that area. The Broken Lands theme: survival in an extreme land. Civilization is disconnected from the Broken Lands, separated by miles of brutal terrain. In some nations, these landscapes are simply wild, filled with hardships that other lands have forgotten. Rushing rivers and craggy earth, where settlers face down harsh winters and wild animals to survive. In other nations, the environment is plagued by unnatural dangers, such as scattered legions of forsaken demons or metallic horrors that fell from the stars. Absalom sounds like New York City or Los Angeles, but yeah, New York City. It's your mega city.
It's where everyone goes. That's where the Pathfinders are stationed and all that.
Yeah. Living is a constant battle for that leaves little time for anything else, but those who manage it are usually self-sufficient and tough as nails. This region includes...
There's also a really big rock.
Yeah.
There's also a mecha there.
It might turn you into God or kill you violently. Probably the second thing, but you should probably touch it anyway.
Touch it anyway. Who knows? It might be you. It might be you. This region includes Brevoy, a nation once united by a dragon-riding conqueror. Fuck, I keep yawning. That's what happens when I wake up at fucking 5 a.m. But now on the brink of civil war, Mendev, a crusader nation struggling against the remnants of demonic armies.
That's where Tria is from.
Oh. Numeria, a harsh land plagued by robotic horrors from a crashed spaceship. Razmirin, an exploitative theocracy ruled by a living god. The River Kingdoms, a lawless region where kingdoms rise and fall by the year. And the Skarkoris Scar, a demon-blighted land that has recently gained a spark of hope that one day it might be restored. And then we've got here some more examples. We've got the Eye of Dread. The theme is horror and war. The Eye of Dread is a land that is soaked in blood. From the earliest days after Earthfall, when the orc hordes boiled up from the underground tunnels and ahead of their dwarven foes, the region has been plagued by conflict and carnage. Excuse me. The infamous Lich Tar-Baphon, known as the Whispering Tyrant, has raised undead armies here 3 times. He has been pushed back twice by heroes, but it remains to be seen whether he can be felled once more. Yet even the overwhelming threat of the Lich may not be able to overcome the old hatreds and jingoistic warhawks that have plagued the area. As Malthun plots to conquer Nermathus and find revenge against Oprak, this region includes Belkzen, the home of the orc holds that recently united under threat from Tar-Balfon, the Gravelands.
Guy's a problem. Stubborn bitch. I mean lich. Actually no, I mean bitch.
He also happens to be a lich.
The Gravelands, formerly the nation of Lastwall, which Tar-Balfon utterly destroyed a few years ago. The Eye of Terror, the island that serves as Tar-Balfon's lair. Malthun, a militaristic and jingoistic nation that has recently taken several blows to its pride. Nermathus, a fiercely independent region in a precarious fight for its survival. Oprak, the newly founded nation for hobgoblins and other peoples often considered monsters. And Ustalav, a grim and haunted nation filled with ghosts, were-creatures, vampires, and other children of the night.
Ustalav is cool.
Yep. Let's see. Okay. Golden Road?
Golden Road's like a super mega, it's like the Silk Road. It's really what it is on the fucking tin, man.
Oh, Ustalav is great. Never go there.
Never go. It's true, don't.
Golden Road, wealth and ancient empires. Though the deserts in this region may seem inhospitable, its rivers teem with life, including some of the oldest civilizations in the Inner Sea. The prestige of these civilizations, combined with extreme lucrative trade routes, has made the local nations wealthy and luxurious for many. Despite this stability, the land isn't short on perils. An ancient history leaves plenty of old monsters and curses. The long-entrenched evils lurk in uninhabited reaches to prey on the unwary. Keeping such old empires from falling into decline may be an even greater challenge, and both rulers and scholars search for newer ways to keep their nations, but relevant in a changing world. This region includes Katapesh, a market city that made its fortune in illicit dealings. Osirian, an empire filled with ruins from its glorious past. Kadira, a distant satrapy of the Eastern Kalesh Empire. Rahadom, a nation of militant atheists who banned religion after holy wars devastated their country, and Thuvia, a small nation renowned for
Valid.
alchemical and technological wonders.
So Assyrian is neat. It's exactly what you think it is.
Yeah?
It's Egypt.
Yeah.
It's just Egypt.
It's just Egypt.
Look, man,
That's
fantasy
fine,
worlds
though.
are fantasy worlds don't need to be that creative, man.
Exactly.
Look, you want to tell someone what your fantasy shit's like off the bat. Put something that's the most common name of something in it.
Yeah, it's like bet, but this, but yeah. Alrighty, high
It's
seas?
Egypt with a twist, like how Taldor is Imperial England with a twist.
Yeah.
High seas, lawless reaches, and swashbuckling adventure. Try as they might, no nation can claim control of the seas. Fleets from powerful empires have sought to try, only to run afoul of marauding corsairs and supernatural hurricanes. Despite the sea's crucial role in travel and trade, monsters, privateers, and underwater civilizations make the ocean something close to a free-for-all. And that's just how many of the residents like it. The pirates of the shackles are a scourge on merchants, and navies are locked in a formidable arms race to stay one step ahead of the swift raiding ships. Mysterious locales also dot the vast oceans, the twisting Mordant Spire, the assassins' headquarters of Medial Galti Island, or the shattered chunks that remain of the destroyed continent of Aslan.
Rip Aslan.
Yep. Impossible lands. Theme powerful magic and its consequences. The impossible lands exist, despite their common moniker, but have been dubbed as such by those in disbelief of their splendors and in horror of their atrocities. A magical war, I can't read, between two immortal wizards dragged on for millennia, and the damage done by their hubris has never healed. Huge stretches of lands are blighted by erratic magic and undead mutants, and plagued by hellish storms of molten glass and living weapons of war. In response to the chaos of magic gone wrong, people have developed technology to rely upon instead. Though these destructive guns and cannons may prove just as ruinous as the spells they were meant to replace. This region includes Alkenstar, a technological city that lies in the region where the magic is dead. Geb, a nation ruled by a ghostly wizard and his undead subjects. I want to move there.
So, Alkenstar.
I'm guessing that's what Wizlock meant.
Alkenstar is just the wild. It's just cowboys. It is just spaghetti western cowboy. The location. The region. That's what Alkenstar is.
It sure is.
And Geb is you wanna be a zombie but also have human rights. Geb. But you also want to be alive and have slave rights. Geb. Not always though. Most of the time you're a blood bag, but not always.
Let's see. Jalmaray, a colony of Voldra filled with magic, martial disciplines, and a stained legacy. The Mana Wastes, a desert racked by erratic magic from the Wizard Wars, and Nex, a nation of magical wonders that hides its rotting interior.
The Wizard Wars is such a good fucking name for explanation for a region that is just a desert of unstable arcane mana. It's just, why is this place a nightmare? Why is this place a nightmare? Wizards did it.
Two wizards just wouldn't stop fighting. They just kept fighting and they wouldn't get off each other's asses.
One of my favorite places is the Mwangi Expanse, though.
Yeah, the Mwangi Expanse, mighty cities and abundant wilds. One of the most diverse regions on Galarian. This equatorial landscape is filled with jungles, savannas, mountains, and swamps. Nestled in this wilderness are great city-states, isolated mainly due to their self-sufficiency. The Mwangi Expanse is rich in resources and danger alike, both stemming mainly from the natural world, though supernatural menace likewise lurks in the forest, from carnivorous firefly gods to demonic gorillas. This region includes Blood Cove, a haven for pirates across the inner sea, Kibwe, a merchant city watched over by mysterious statues, Mazali, an ancient city under the rule of a mummified child, Nuntambu, home of the oldest magical academy in the inner sea, Senghor, a naval powerhouse with unique ceramic ships, Usaro, a chaotic city controlled by demonic apes and monkeys, and Vidrian, a nation that recently threw off its colonial shackles.
It's also where the
Galorian,
gnolls come
Galarian,
from.
Galorian, Mitchell. I can't say the name.
Galeria.
It's fucking Jeb. Not Geb, Jeb.
You just skipped over old Cheliax, you ass.
I love it. I can't how much more there was.
Like 3 more regions.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Jeb. Please clap.
I feel like I need to get something with sugar in it because I had coffee earlier this morning and it didn't wake me up. Then I drank half of a root beer because it was hot and it was warm and I had to put it in ice, but then the ice like super melted, so I didn't want to drink it all. So I had like half of a root beer. And then a can of Diet Pepsi that has no caffeine. I have no caffeine. No caffeine. No sugar. And I keep yawning and I hate it. I hate it. I've not been able to retain any energy today. Political and spiritual corruption. The nation of Cheliax is a hell come to earth. In the wake of Eridan's death.
Listen, fucking caffeine sucks for like 2 weeks, then you'll feel way better.
It's like, well, here's the thing. I've been able to have like small amounts of caffeine and been generally okay. The problem then just becomes that I don't need more of it. I'm usually fine for the day.
Also, man, I guess the AI finally got Arden.
In the wake of Arodin's death, a civil war between nobles saw House Thrune rise triumphantly, their victory sealed by a bargain with devils. What was once one of the greatest human empires on Galarian has declined into an iron-fisted tyranny, crushing any dissent with the full force of the state. Its allies include the nation of Nidal, a land that turned itself over to the god of darkness and pain in order to survive an apocalypse. These twisted kingdoms have not gone unchallenged, however, and rebellion continues to foment in the wake of their cruelties. This nation includes Cheliax, a damned empire whose leaders have pledged themselves to hell, Eisger, a vassal of Cheliax racked by neglect and war, Nidal, the shadowy domain of Zon Kuthon, and Ravonel, a former vassal state that freed itself from Cheliax via a contractual loophole. This world seems like such a great place to live.
One of my favorite regions is I don't think it's on this, but there's a region where an ancient spaceship. By the way, aliens and space and shit. This is the same universe as Starfinder. It's literally the same thing. They exist.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's multiple planets in Galarian's solar system that have life on them. Anyway, there's a crashed spaceship somewhere, and there's an endless war between android robots that have gone mad and techno-barbarians that ride them like fucking Horizon Zero Dawn to fight with the robots on robots. But they're barbarian tribes.
Trying to lessen your caffeine intake must be hard as a barista. Well, here's the thing. Again, I've actually been pretty good with my caffeine for the last year or so. I'm usually good at 1 cup of coffee and that's it. Now, my cup of coffee is usually like a 16 ounce, so technically 2 cups of coffee. But usually I just need 1 cup of at least 8 to 16 ounces of coffee to be fine. I say 8 to 16 because I usually put at least quite a bit of milk because I'm trying to reduce cream.
Cheliax is an interesting one. It used to be a holy nation. Then basically Satan talked the leaders into selling over the entire populace for protection, and it became a nation of devil worshippers overnight.
Yep.
Almost literally overnight.
It's not that hard when I kind of don't want to be dependent on things and to begin with, Captain Kojo. So yeah, there are some people who have a bad caffeine problem that work as baristas, but with me, I'm generally pretty in control of my intake. It's just today, even my normal amount that could get me through the day is not. I keep yawning, and I hate it. Alrighty, Sagalands, heroic adventure and legacy, a sprawling frontier dotted with cities. This region demands exploration both by custom and necessity. Many people here still live nomadic lifestyles, traveling wilderness roads in lively caravans or following herds of massive megafauna that serve as food. As often as not, one can find adventure on these journeys, as the land is riddled with curious ruins and epic monsters. The mysteries of the Saga lands don't rest easily, as powerful spellcasters from the ancient past have returned over the last few decades, intent on reclaiming what was once theirs. This region includes Irisen, a frozen land conquered by the witch Baba Yaga and now ruled by her descendants, the lands of the Lindnorm Kings, a nation of fearsome warriors and raiders. New Thassalon, a pair of cities brought forward in time from thousands of years in the past. The realm of the Mammoth Lords, where megafauna from ancient times still live side by side with humanity. And Varizia, where strange and powerful cities
Monster
dot a
Hunter
sprawling
Land.
wilder house. Pretty much. Example characters. An ice witch granted frost magic by distant relation to Baba Yaga, trying to avoid attention from your cruel and powerful relatives. Shining kingdoms, knights, councils, and castles. Tales of gallant cavaliers and fire-breathing dragons dominate the cultural zeitgeist of this land. Though these days, dragons are sparse on the ground, and cavaliers far more worldly and unpleasant. Though not home to the most powerful of nations, the influence of this region can't be overstated. Armies from this land have marched to face some of the direst threats the Inner Sea region has ever seen, while scholars from cities spread their ideology across the world, from rousing endorsements of democracy to bloody justice and rebellion. This region includes Adaran, a bastion for democratic governance and freedom for all, Druma, a trade hub obsessed with material gain, the Five Kings Mountains, home to fractured kingdoms of the dwarves, Galt, a land racked from violence and revolution, Kionin, an illusion-cloaked homeland of the elves, and Taldor, the ossified remnants of one of the most powerful empires in the Inner Sea.
I like
Realm of the Mammoth Lords is basically Valhalla but Monster Hunter, and that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where you get the class called Mammoth Lord, because you have a pet mammoth that you just have and can ride and command.
Oh.
Like an actual like a full-grown ass mammoth, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think it's like twice the size of a nowadays elephant.
Oh.
Anyway.
Then we've got our regional languages based on the places.
And all the gods, which are very important. Also, recently they released a book about the five kingdoms, the mountains, the dwarf kingdom stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, like going into their history and ancestry, they gave a rework to the dwarf ancestry, which I think they put in this book now. So it's all just in here.
Something I enjoy. Common actually has a proper name.
Yep.
I'm looking here at the regional languages, and I'm not sure what is considered the common language. There says Halit, Kalesh, Mwangi,
Osiriani,
Shoanti, Skad, Tien, Verizian, and Vudrani. And then there's this region which we didn't get to see, Tiansha.
It's China.
Yeah, I know it's China, but it's not mentioned here at all in the little blurbs. That's what I'm trying to say.
There was that little blurb above regional languages.
It's actually Asia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it wasn't here when they talked about it.
Well, yeah.
It wasn't here in the little blurby blurbs.
That's because it has its own book coming.
That book is coming later.
So, scroll up a little more, because the common is like, let's see. In the Inner Sea region, common elsewhere is Taldane.
Okay. Referred to as the common elsewhere, and the rules are the same as Taldane. Okay, it was right there.
Taldane, because Taldor was like the fucking huge dick energy empire, and then it went boom. It's like imagine if after Rome collapsed, everyone just kept speaking Latin, even if it was common language.
But yeah, common is Taldan, though if you're in the Dragon Empires, common is Tien.
Okay.
Yep. There's different languages for different regions, because every region has its own version of what the common tongue is. Which I think is fucking awesome.
So, we've got our deities.
Yes.
we've got our gods.
My favorite one is Hayden Kellyan.
Yeah, so we've got Abadar.
He's the banker god, the god of banks.
He is not Saul.
I like how no, it's not, because his anathema is to undermine a law-abiding court. Therefore, he cannot be Nalthal.
No. But I want to bring everything back to Final Fantasy.
He also can't be Nalthal because anathema is also engaging in banditry, piracy, stealing, or undermining law-abiding courts.
But I want to bring it back to
has
Final
a fucking
Fantasy.
Scale. This thing is a judgment scale.
But okay, so it's Fontaine.
Fuck Fontaine. No one knows who that is.
They've got the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't want to chill with the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
I don't play gacha games, so I don't know.
either.
Anyway. His favorite weapon's a fucking crossbow, which I guess is what bankers usually threaten people with.
Why do I keep yawning?
I like how some of the evil gods on this list are just their edicts are just basically harmless. One of them is just, hey, if you see signage on the road, fuck with it so it goes the wrong way. Because, deceive people, trick people, lead them in circles. So just fuck with road signage.
To be fair, Nalthal doesn't like messing with courts either. Capitalism just gonna do that because fuck morality, I'm rich.
Yeah.
So Abadar, master of the First Vault, seeks to bring civilization to the wilds of the world, encourages adherence to the law, and promotes commerce and trade within civilization. He also encourages cooperation among ancestries.
We're all capitalist here.
So his areas of concern are cities, laws, merchants, and wealth. His edicts are bring civilization to the frontiers, earn wealth through hard work and trade, follow the rule of law. Anathema, engage in banditry or piracy, steal, undermine a law-abiding court. Divine attribute, constitution or intelligence. That's not harmless at all, Anthony. Do you know how many people die as a result of getting lost back then?
Oh yeah, but should have had a map. Anyway.
Asmodeus.
The big boy.
The Prince of Darkness. Delights in tempting mortals to give into corruption. He promotes hierarchies where everyone knows their place, and he takes advantage of order for his own selfish benefit. He's the dommy daddy to your little princess.
I'm contractually obligated to tell you.
He recently nabbed himself a pet nation.
Yeah, he did.
Talked about it earlier.
Oh? Yeah.
Shellyax.
Yeah.
That's it. That was his fault.
Yeah. No time for mourning. Okay. Areas of concern include contracts, oppression, pride, and tyranny. His edicts negotiate contracts to your best advantage, rule tyrannically and torture weaker beings, show subservience to your betters. His anathema, break a contract, share power with the weak, insult Asmodeus by showing mercy to your enemies. Divine attribute, any. Characters who commit themselves to Asmodeus' way have their souls bound to the Dark Prince for all eternity. He's your daddy now. You call him daddy too.
Those are his benefits.
His benefits are these. Callistria. The savored sting is a mischievous and mercurial god of attraction who delights in tricking others and seeks vengeance on those who slight her. Though Callistria is most widely worshipped by elves, members of many other ancestries follow her as well. Her areas of concern are lust, revenge, and trickery. She's that bad girl, sexier Aphrodite that your parents warn you about not hanging out behind the school.
Asmodeus may refer to himself as a friend, with benefits.
She's the one that says she's got something to show you behind the Jack-in-the-Box, but you can't tell anybody after.
Callistria is Aphrodite. What was it? Ares? Araria? The war god Aphrodite, which is the coolest fucking version of her. Sparta was really weirdly progressive with that. Don't know why.
Well, you started talking, I just kept wiggling my eyebrows.
Yeah. Athens made the shittier Aphrodite. It's really sad how shitty that one is in comparison.
Edicts. Pursue your personal freedom, seek hedonistic thrills, and take revenge. Anathema. Become too consumed by love or a need for revenge. Let a slight go unanswered. Divine attribute.
And yet, Aphrodite Aria is great.
I love how she said, be too consumed by revenge is a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. Let a slight go unanswered. Divine attribute, dexterity, or charisma.
Her weapon is the whip, obviously.
These devotee benefits are if you choose to be, like, clerics under them.
Yep.
Okay, Kaleen.
You can have a little revenge, as a treat. Don't go too ham, though.
That's what happens when your city's full of nerds, Athens. The accidental god ascended from mortal life on a drunken dare. Caden, the drunken hero, promotes freedom and encourages others to find their own path in life. He fights for just causes and delights in the best indulgences. Areas of concern: ale, bravery, freedom, and wine. Edicts: drink, aid the oppressed, seek glory and adventure. He's the only god that isn't a piece of shit.
That's not true, but he's the chillest because he literally woke up from a drunken bender and he's like, how did I get here in his divine realm?
Mm-hmm.
He literally was just a guy who got so hammered he woke up and was a god. And the gods can't speak of it. They're bound to never talk about it. And Caden does not remember it. He doesn't know how.
We don't talk about it. Anathema: waste alcohol. Be mean or standoffish when drunk. Oppress the vulnerable. Divine attribute, constitution, or charisma.
Now, you might have misheard me. I said the gods can't talk. I mean, every fucking god in the universe of Galarian cannot talk about how he did it.
Ooh, there's so many.
Also, he's the god you're most likely to just run into. Guy shows up in random bars a bunch.
Yeah, he does. It's great. He just vibing. Also, Gorum, I love Gorum. Gorum is so fucking dumb.
Alrighty. Gorum, since they're right here, they're closest to this way. Anyone who seeks glory on a battlefield calls out prayers to our Lord in Iron. Gorum emphasizes might, encouraging his followers to seek out war and combat as the ultimate way to worship him. His areas of concern are battle, strength, and weapons. His edicts: attain victory in fair combat, push your limits, wear armor in combat, stupid. His anathema: kill prisoners or surrendering foes, prevent conflict through negotiation, win a battle through underhanded tactics or indirect magic. Strength or constitution are his divine attributes.
There is a blessing he can give people he likes where they can summon an iron weapon at any time for free.
Oh.
And it can be any fucking weapon you can possibly imagine. Anything.
Whew.
Which means you can just be Reaper from Overwatch and pull out shotguns from nowhere over and over. It's so stupid.
Desna. Desna set her sights on the heavens, placing stars in the sky to guide travelers through the darkness and dreamers through nightmares. The Song of Spheres delights in freedom and mystery and encourages her followers to do the same. Her areas of concern are dreams, luck, stars, and travelers. Her edicts: aid fellow travelers, explore new places, express yourself through art and song, find what life has to offer. Anathema is cause fear or despair, cast nightmare, or use similar magic to corrupt dreams, engaging in bigoted behaviors. Charisma or dexterity are her divine attributes.
This church does not accept
Oh,
bigotry.
so he hates Odysseus. Aristil. Long ago, Aristil was a horned god of the hunt. His worship evolved to focus on rural communities. Old Deadeye desires nothing more than peaceful lives for his followers, calling them to arms only when that pastoral existence is threatened. Family, farming, hunting, and trade are his areas of concern. Care for your home and family, fulfill your duties, keep the peace, protect the community. Anathemas are abandoning your home in its time of need, choosing yourself over your community, tarnishing your reputation, or telling lies.
I love
Constitution or wisdom are his attributes.
Historius used to be a hunting god, and then he just retired and became a homesteader. And it's like, I can also just knock a fly, out of the sky from 5,000 miles away with, a pellet. I throw. But you know, I just want to be a simple like farmsman.
Alrighty, Gazra. A deity of two aspects. Gazra is the sea that encapsulates the land and the wind that moves its surface. The wind and the waves are popular with druids and those who seek to preserve the wilds. Nature, the sea, and weather. Edicts cherish, protect, and respect nature in all its forms. Anathema brings civilization to intrude on the world, create undead, despoil areas of natural beauty. Constitution and wisdom are their divine attributes. Alrighty. Iomade. Prior to her ascension and inheritance of many of the god of humanity's worshippers, Iomade was a holy warrior in wars against the undead. The inheritor upholds the values of virtue, fighting against the wicked and unjust. Honor, justice, rulership, and valor. Edicts, be temperate, fight for justice and honor, hold valor in your heart. Anathema, abandon a companion in need, dishonor yourself, refuse a challenge from an equal. Strength and constitution are her attributes. Irori. As a mortal, Irori attains true enlightenment. My brain. Allowing him to break free from the shackles of mortality and achieve divinity. As a god, he is the master of masters and promotes discipline and teaches that one who can master themselves finds the greatest benefits that the world can provide and also knows the key to Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, and of course he has the fucking Buddha open palm thing as a symbol because he's a fucking monk.
Yep. History, knowledge, and self-perfection. Be humble, help others perfect themselves, hone your body, mind, and spirit to a more perfect state, practice discipline. And the anathema is the antithesis of that. Okay?
Lamashtu is gross.
Lamashtu. The mother of monsters revels in corruption of the pure. The physical changes and nightmares left by her interventions are treated as gifts by her followers and unwelcome terrors by the outside world. There are some that find respite in even a family among Lamashtu's followers due to the faith's greater acceptance of differences. So yeah, aberrants, monsters, and nightmares bring power to outcasts and to the downtrodden, indoctrinate others in Lamashtu's teachings, make the beautiful monstrous, reveal the corruption and flaws in all things. Anathema, attempt to change what makes you different, provide succor to Lamashtu's enemies.
Lamashtu, they changed, if I recall right, old first edition Lamashtu, way more gross and more into that non-consensual snuggle time kind of things with monsters.
Oh.
Monsters must breed in all forms and nightmares strewn across in all ways.
Alright.
They really toned that shit down in the more recent years, obviously. Because, you know.
We're woke. Nephis.
Really gross.
Once a mortal master of magic, Nephis sought to unlock all the secrets of the planes, ascending to godhood as his mind truly understood the entire potential of magic.
Have you guys noticed a theme with a lot of these? Have people all noticed a very common running theme with a lot of these gods? This used to be a person, then they perfected themselves in some in some way, and now have ascended to godhood.
Some of them have been that, yes.
That just happens in Galarian. Like it's not a secret. People know that you can ascend to godhood. It's possible, but no one knows how to do it all the time.
Ascending to godhood as his mind truly understood the entire potential of magic. The all-seeing eye is a dualistic god, teaching both the destructive and protective potential of magic.
He just wants you to use magic. He doesn't care how you use it.
Norgorber. Borger. The Borger boy. This shadowy figure is worshipped in 4 aspects. Blackfingers, ally of alchemists and poisoners. The murderous father Skinsaw, the thieving Grey Master, and the secretive reaper of reputation. Pharasma. Ancient and powerful beyond even most other gods, Pharasma judges the souls of all who perish from her throne in the Boneyard. Though through these judgments, the Lady of Graves ensures that the natural cycle of death and rebirth, the River of Souls, is not disrupted.
By the way, the place where
Pharasma is fun. Yeah. She's also known as the Survivor.
So Pharasma, her throne is the place called the Boneyard is the place that every fucking person goes when they die. That's where their soul goes. And in the Boneyard is where devils, if you've made contracts with them, will argue in courts of law against celestials for their right to your soul. Like actual court cases. in the boneyard. It's like, otherwise just get sent to where the fuck you're supposed to go through the River of Souls. But there are courtrooms in the boneyard where devils and angels will argue with a presiding judge and jury on who should have complete control over your soul. And it's the funniest thing ever.
Oh.
Pathfinder's this setting is fucking awesome, man. Anyway, for us, it's cool.
What I'm just kind of curious is where's all this information coming from? Because I know it's not in this book.
It's deeper lore from older editions that aren't in this book.
Okay.
But this is all. I'm sure if it talks about the planes, it'll mention these kinds of things in this book. But if it doesn't, it's fine. Oh, Rovagug is the Rovagug.
Rovagug, the rough beast, was long ago imprisoned within Galarian's core at the hands of many other deities working in concert, and he seeks to one day break free and wreak havoc upon the world. He is served by his spawn and those who seek the ultimate destruction of all things. Just want to make sure I'm not okay.
You know how a Tarrasque is a cataclysmic nightmare, allegedly? Rovagug is an actual cataclysmic nightmare.
Okay. Torag. Although revered by many dwarves as the father of creation, Torag strives to protect every community where he is worshipped, and is also followed by those who treasure crafting and creation.
Yeah, the Gorthos here.
Yeah, it's the Gorthos god. So he's Fenrir.
She's Tria's deity, and she's called the Survivor because she's the only entity to survive the complete destruction of the old multiverse.
Yep. That's how tough Pharasma is.
Okay.
Don't fuck with psychopomp gods. They do not fuck around. Chthonic gods are scary.
Okay. Sarenrae. Once a powerful angel and imperial lord, Sarenrae led the charge to imprison Rovagug. The Dawnflower seeks to redeem evil where possible, burn it away with the fire of the sun where it can't be redeemed, and restore those harmed by evil's machinations. Urgothua. So infatuated with the pleasures of the living world, Urgothua...
Sarenrae, also known as the reason you know Critical Role started as a Pathfinder game.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. So infuriated with the pleasures of the living world, Urgothua escaped the clutches of death in the afterlife, becoming the first undead. The pallid princess now revels in the sharing of her hedonistic ways and spreading on death.
Do you know how the revenge girl was hedonistic? Fucking this one, though. Because not only be gluttonous, be undead, and have unending, like a ravenous hunger that you have to indulge forever.
Oh. Okay.
And then Shellin. It's a funny
Shellin.
bird.
Just making sure they... Okay.
Nope. There's more.
Yeah.
There's more.
Shellin, the eternal rose, promotes peace and love, and she encourages her followers to create beauty in the sometimes dark world. She seeks to one day redeem her corrupted brother, Zon Cthon.
You know that name. We read about an entire region about his name.
Yeah.
Zon Cthon.
Once a god of art, beauty, and music, like Shellin, the Midnight Lord returned from a sojourn in the dark spaces between the planes horribly changed. Zon Cthon now teaches the pleasures of pain and darkness. And then there's being an atheist. And then there's saying fuck all of them.
But then there's gods, and then there's belief systems, and they are not always one and the same. Because they're like belief systems and philosophies. Because like under there, green faith is a whole philosophy, and atheism is its own belief system of you don't really worship anything.
Yeah.
But you can see they exist, because you fucking can't pretend they're not. Some just walk around, right? You can't even pretend they're not there.
Yeah, edicts. Pursue your own agenda with faith in your ability to excel. Anathema, offer prayers to a deity. And then green faith. The worshippers of the green faith count many druids among their number. They view nature as divine and draw strength from the knowledge of their place in the natural order.
I love the green faith's edict where it says, hey, guide civilization to become harmonious with nature. And, protect, animals and nature and stuff, but help guide, don't bar civilization, guide it along the right way to live in harmony.
Yeah.
I love that. That's so fucking cool for druid shit.
Alrighty. Ancestries and backgrounds. So this is where we're talking about the races. I want to see, can it make me see double pagey? 2-page view. Here we go. There we go. Oh. Alrighty. This might be hard to see on the stream side of things. Ugh. But this is, at least for me, a little bit more pleasing to the eye. So, just looking here for the dwarf. Dwarves have a well-earned reputation as a stoic and stern people, but they also have an unbridled zeal and deeply value artisanship. To a stranger, they can seem untrusting and clannish, but to their friends and family, they are warm and caring. While trust from a dwarf is hard won, once gained, it is as strong as iron. If you want to play a character who is as hard as nails, a stubborn and unrelenting adventurer, with a mix of rugged toughness and deep wisdom, you should play a dwarf. So,
I love dwarves.
in a nutshell, your dwarf will start with 10 hit points. They are medium-sized. They have a 20-foot speed. Their attribute boosts are Constitution, Wisdom, and 1 free. Their attribute flaw is Charisma. And their languages are Common and Dwarven. Additional languages equal to your Intelligence modifier if it's positive. Choose from Gnomish, Goblin, Jotun, Orcish, Petrin, Sakvroth, and any other languages in which you have access, such as the languages prevalent in your region.
Yo.
The traits are Dwarf and Humanoid. They have Dark Vision. You can see in darkness and dim light, just as well as you can see in bright light, though your vision in darkness is in black and white. And Clan Dagger. You get 1 Clan Dagger for free, as it was given to you at birth. Selling this Clan Dagger is a terrible taboo and earns you the disdain of other dwarves. Page 277 explains what that is more.
So, a clan dagger, a clan dagger is like, this is something that you probably made yourself, and it's your clan. It has your clan symbol, iconography. With Guns and Gears, they added some extra stuff for dwarves. Instead of a clan dagger, you can have a clan pistol that you made. And you don't need to be a gunslinger for it, it's just you can have a gun. Like a single
Also,
shot
dark vision is
gun.
a pretty big deal in Pathfinder.
Yeah. But no, I like dwarf stuff, so you can also just choose to have a gun and do crime with it.
Okay.
Guns are uncommon weapons, so they're not difficult to come by, but they're not exactly, just littered on the street with them, so.
Okay. So looking at the physical description, short and stocky. All genders pride themselves on the length of their hair and beards, which they often braid into intricate patterns.
Like that lady.
Some of which represent specific clans. A long beard is a sign of maturity and honor among many dwarf clans. They typically reach adulthood at 25. But a typical dwarf can live up to around 350 years.
They are long-lived.
Dwarves live within mountain sky citadels dotted
Did you
over
know
the
that all of
surface.
you are really cool and or have grade A tastes in fashion?
Thank you, Nox Sky. Hello and welcome.
Also, you can generally tell a scummy dwarf by whether they have a clan dagger, or if they have more than one. Some scumbag dwarves steal them to try and con the clans the daggers are from.
When they're found out, the punishment is so fucking awful. Because they're dwarves,
Sure
you see.
is.
So dwarves tend to value honor and closely follow the traditions of their clans and kingdoms. They have a strong sense of friendship and justice, though they are often very particular about who they consider a friend. They work hard and play harder, especially when strong ale is involved. Torag, god of dwarven kind, is dwarves' primary deity, though worship of Torag's family members is also common. Then we have essentially here the heritages that are offered to the dwarves. So, dwarves take great pride in the resilience of their bloodlines. Choose one of the following dwarven heritages at first level. We've got the Ancient Blooded Dwarf, the Death Warden Dwarf, the Forged Dwarf, the Rock Dwarf, and the Strong Blooded Dwarf. So the ancient blooded dwarven heroes of old could shrug off their enemies' magic, and some of that resilience manifests in you. You gain the call on ancient blood reaction. The call on ancient blood reaction, the trigger is you attempt a saving throw against a magical effect, but you haven't rolled yet. The effect, your ancestors' innate resilience to magic surges before slowly ebbing down. You gain +1 circumstance bonus to saving throws and the triggering save and other saves against magical effects until the end of this turn.
I like how it goes to not just the one that affected you, but any other thing that will happen during this turn that would make you have to roll a save.
Mm-hmm.
Anything. It's like, fuck yeah. Fuck your magic.
Yeah, on the triggering save and other saves. Okay. So the Death Warden Dwarf, your ancestors were Tomb Guardians, and their power to ward off death passed on to you. If you roll a success on a saving row against an effect that has the Void trait, or was created by an undead creature, you get a critical success instead.
The anti-necromancy dwarf line.
The Forge Dwarf, you have a remarkable adaptation to hot environments. This grants you fire resistance equal to half your level, and you treat environmental heat effects as if they were one step less extreme. Incredible heat becomes extreme, extreme heat becomes severe, and so on.
I have not found an adventure where that ever comes into play. And I'm sure they exist, I just haven't done them yet, if they do. I find Forge Dwarf to be the most blah about of these ancestries, in all honesty. Now, there's heritages that are still out right now, but they're not in here. But anyway.
Yeah. Rock Dwarf. Your ancestors lived and worked among the ancient stones of the mountains or the depths of the earth. This makes you solid as a rock, and when you plant your feet, you gain a +2 circumstance bonus to your fortitude or reflex DC against attempts to reposition, shove, or trip you. This bonus also applies to saving throws against spells or effects that attempt to force you to move or knock you prone. In addition, in any effect that would force you to move 10 feet or more, you are moved only half the distance.
I like how it says reflex too, so Dexy dwarves can still benefit from this, not just the stocky one.
Strong-blooded dwarf, your blood runs hardy and strong.
Yeah, hot and cold weather effects are absolutely a thing and aren't super uncommon in general, but you're unlikely to run into them in custom games, and you're generally going to know if they're relevant in an adventure by just looking at the cover.
Strong-blooded dwarf, your blood runs hardy and strong, and you shake off toxins. You gain poison resistance equal to half your level, and each of your successful saving throws against a poison affliction reduces its stage by 2 or by 1 for a virulent poison. Each critical success against an ongoing poison reduces its stage by 3 or by 2 for a virulent poison. Okay. And then we've got our ancestry feats, which we've got quite a number of.
Look, man, there's a lot, and I would love to go over all of them, but we would be here for
forever, so we're not going to go over every single one.
If these interest you, take a look. Also, elves have the weird, big, all single black eye thing going on, like wood elves and Warhammer.
Yeah, So, pretty much your standard elves.
Nah, I wouldn't say standard.
Well, I haven't read them yet. So we're going to say here, as an ancient people, elves have seen great change and have the perspective that can come only from watching the arc of history. After leaving Galarian in ancient times, they return to a changed land, and they still struggle to reclaim their ancestral homes. Elves value kindness, intellect, and beauty, while with many elves striving to improve their manners, appearance, and culture. Their studies delve into a level of detail that most shorter-lived peoples find excessive or inefficient. Elves are often rather private people, steeped in the secrets of their groves and kinship groups. They're slow to build friendships outside their kinsfolk, as elves who spend their lives among shorter-lived people often become morose after watching generations of companions age and die. These elves are known as forlorn among their fellow elves. If you want a character who is magical, mystical, and mysterious, you should play an elf.
Look, elves that aren't innately the fucking worst people to ever have a conversation with.
Physical description: while generally taller than humans, elves possess a fragile grace accentuated by long features and sharply pointed ears. Their eyes are wide and rounded, featuring large and often vibrantly colored pupils that make up the entire visible portion of the eye. These pupils give them an alien look and allow them to see sharply even in very little light.
Also, they're literally aliens.
I was
They're
gonna get
not
to
from the
that.
Feywilds. They're
Yeah.
from another planet.
Mhm.
They're literally. Yeah,
I know that part.
but
You
yeah.
guys told me that part.
It's so fucking cool.
Elves in Pathfinder, yeah. Hi, Kaze. How we doing? They generally adapt to their environment and their companions, as they often take on physical traits reflecting their surroundings. Elves reach physical adulthood around the age of 20, though they aren't considered to be fully emotionally mature by other elves until closer to the passing of their first century. A typical elf can live to around 600 years. Elves that are the worst to talk to aren't typically technically standard elves. People just do that because they seem too perfect otherwise. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, the elves that I kind of grew up hearing about were never always just assholes.
Depends on media.
Yeah, well, again, that's what I'm saying. The media that I was more that I interacted with that had elves never portrayed them as assholes. They were just people with pointy ears that lived longer.
It largely depends on source.
Exactly. Either way, elves in the age of drinking and consent between DMs really fluctuate. Again, and that's something like we said earlier. Talk to your DM. Your DM may vary. To every DM, the standard is 18. To some, it doesn't matter because different races, freaking different numbers, I guess. Again, talk to your DM and your discretion be advised. Either way. So going, before we go into the heritages, so the elves in a nutshell, the hit points are 6. I mean, you got some races that live like 4 years. I didn't know about that.
Pathfinder elves draw inspiration from Tolkien elves, which is why they're taller, and that guy there looks kind of like Thranduil.
Mm-hmm.
He does.
So hit points, 6. Size, medium. Speed, 30 feet. Their boosts are dexterity, intelligence, and a free stat. And constitution is their flaw. They're fragile babies. Languages, common and elven. Additional languages equal to your intelligence modifier. There's a list. Their traits are elf and humanoid. Low light vision. You can see in dim light as though it were bright light, so you ignore the concealed condition due to dim light. Then we've got ancient elf, arctic elf, cavern elf, seer elf, whisper elf, and woodland elf. So ancient elf, in your long life, you've dabbled in many paths and many styles. A typical ancient elf is at least 100 years old, though you might be younger at the DM's discretion. Choose a class other than your own. You gain the multi-class dedication feat for that class, even though you don't meet its level prerequisite. You must still meet its other prerequisites to gain the feat. Arctic elf, you dwell deep in the frozen north and have gained incredible resilience against cold environments, granting you cold resistance to half your level. You treat environmental cold effects as if they were one step less extreme, and so on and so forth. Something that lives 4 years being a playable humanoid creature bothers me too much from a world building standard. I don't know, man. Oh! Crazy Fox! Buying the Android Apocalypse desk mat? Holy Crazy Fox! Holy moly! Thank you so much for buying something from the merch store. Oh, it's so nice of you. Thank you. Freaking! I hope you enjoy that. And maybe if we get pictures of it, I can show it to Lynn so that she can get hers.
Sure can. Hooray.
Alrighty, the Cavern Elf. I'll send photos. Hell yeah. Cavern Elf. You were born or spent many years in underground tunnels or caverns where light is scarce. You gain dark vision. Seer Elf. You have an inborn ability to detect and understand magical phenomena. You can cast the Detect Magic cantrip as an arcane innate spell at will. A cantrip is heightened to a spell rank equal to half your level rounded up. In addition, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus to checks to identify magic and to decipher writing of a magical nature. These skill actions typically use the Arcana, Nature, Occultism, or Religion skill.
I think it's pretty fun.
The Whisper Elf. Your ears are finely tuned, able to detect even the slightest whispers of sound. You gain a +2 circumstance bonus when using the Seek action to find hidden or undetected creatures within 30 feet of you. When you target an opponent that is concealed from you or hidden from you, reduce the DC to the flat check for 3 for a concealed target or 9 for a hidden one. This benefit doesn't apply if you can't hear or if the creature is incapable of making sound. For example, if it's affected by the silence spell. And then the Woodland Elf, you're adapted to life in the forest, the deep jungle, or a similar environment, and you know how to climb trees and use foliage to your advantage. When climbing trees, vines, and other foliage, you move at half your speed on a success and at full speed on a critical success. And you move at full speed on a success if you have quick climb. This doesn't affect you if you're using a climb speed. This may
Where
seem
in
complex.
D&D the elves are more fae-like, and lack the sense of transcendent perfection of Tolkien elves, and as such a fair bit of their culture, particularly for high elves, tends to be about how they're better than the lesser-lived races. Of course, if you run into elves in D&D outside of one of their glades, that elf is probably going to be pretty chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This may seem complex, but 2e is a cakewalk in comparison to 1st edition Pathfinder. I still have flashbacks.
Yeah. I still want Blood Rage to come back. That was a fun barbarian.
Oh yeah, 1st edition is a problem.
Oh yeah, it is.
You can always use the take cover action when you're within forest terrain to gain cover. Even if you're not next to an obstacle, you can take cover behind. And then we have all these lovely elven feats. Okay, we have the gnome. I'm gonna get a quick drink because this can is empty. But then we go into the gnome. This is gonna be really quick. You just have to grab something. I'm thirsty. I'm hella thirsty.
Nah,
I'm so
me.
thirsty. Oh, the dishwasher's done. Oh.
1st edition was my first
No, I'm not
tabletop
trying to suck your
RPG,
toes,
and
but
I
hey,
had to
pretty
learn it
girl, I'm
without
sucking
help.
toes. The way you
Took
do
me
the
like
things you
2
do
weeks to grasp
reminds
the
me of me
basics,
sucking your
and the
toes. That's
character
why
I
I'm
made
all
still
up in your
sucked.
toes.
Alrighty.
It is what it be, regrettably.
I had Mythic to the Bix, and it's a train wreck. I've rolled 30 d6 at once for a crit, and I still didn't have enough dice. Fucking
Yeah.
what?
Mythic tier shit.
You
30
look like a thirsty
d6 and
bitch.
it still wasn't quite enough, was it?
Huh.
Make something fall over and die. You know, because that's a great sign, right? When you roll 30 d6s and it's still not enough to kill something.
Oh. One second. I'm just looking at something really quick since I got a blip. Alrighty, perfect. Okay, gnome. Okay, we'll start with the gnome in a nutshell, and then we'll get into the thingies. Thank you for the snuggle time,
Gnome,
Sessa.
also known as the best one.
The best class.
Yes, my favorite class in any MMO was Gnome. I usually
No.
go Garden Spec most of the time.
Gnomes have 8 hit points, are small, have 25 speed. Attribute boost Constitution, Charisma, and Free. Attribute flaw is Strength. The languages are Common, Fey, and Gnomish, along with others that equate to your Intelligence modifier. The traits are Gnome and Humanoid. Low light vision, we've already gone over that. They can see in dim light as if it were bright. Long ago, early gnome ancestors emigrated from the First World, realm of the Fae. While it's unclear why the first gnomes wandered into Galarian, this lineage manifests in modern gnomes as bizarre reasoning, eccentricity, obsessive tendencies, and what some see as naivete. Always hungry for new experiences, gnomes constantly wander both mentally and physically, attempting to stave off a terrible ailment that threatens all of their people. This affliction, known as the bleaching, strikes gnomes who fail to dream, innovate, and take in new experiences. The bleaching slowly drains the color, literally, from gnomes, and it plunges those affected into states of deep depression that eventually claim their lives.
Yeah.
Very few gnomes survive the scourge, becoming deeply morose and wise survivors known as bleachlings. If you want a character with boundless enthusiasm and an alien fey outlook on morality and life, you should play a gnome.
Yeah.
They're the fantasy ADHD race and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is the fantasy neuro spicy race.
Yeah, it is.
They gotta do some extreme shit to avoid bleaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just the fantasy neuro spicy.
My favorite blurb about them is just at the top there at the end of their physical description, because it's like, theoretically speaking, gnomes are technically indefinitely long-lived.
A gnome can theoretically live to any age if they can stave off the bleaching indefinitely, but in practice, gnomes rarely live longer than around 400 years.
Mostly because they end up doing something stupid and probably getting themselves killed by doing it. Like all ADHD races.
Also, they literally die of boredom.
Yeah, because that's that thing of like, again, it slowly drains them if they fail to dream, innovate, and take in new experiences. You can only do so much.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You can only do so much. Eventually, you're going to get bored, and they can't be bored.
They're immortal, but boredom kills them.
Most gnomes stand just over 3 feet in height and weigh little more than a human child. They exhibit a wide range of natural skin, hair, and eye colors. For gnomes that haven't begun the bleaching, nearly any hair and eye color other than white is possible, with vibrant colors most frequent, while skin tones span a slightly narrower spectrum and tend towards earthy tones and pinkish hues, though occasionally green, black, or pale blue. And usually reach the maturity at around age 18, though many gnomes maintain a childlike curiosity about the world even into adulthood. Plus, what you haven't experienced will probably kill them. I haven't fought demons yet. Let's go do that. Bleh. I'm John Knoxville, and this is me riding a troll. Alrighty. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Okay, so we have the chameleon gnome, the fey touch gnome, the sensate gnome, the umbral gnome, and the wellspring gnome. Where's Flingle gnome? Where is my Flingle? What about my gnome Flingle? My Christmas gnome.
I adore gnomes. I made Mimi as a fey-touched gnome.
It's great.
What about Flingle? What is my Christmas gnome?
Oh, you know.
He's
I'm
got
sure it exists.
he's got a white beard. He's got a white beard. Is he already dead? Am I just lugging around his corpse every Christmas? He's my Christmas gnome. He's my only decoration. I have nothing else for Christmas.
He died, found the hundreds of years of making basic bitch toys entirely too droll and kicked it.
But I found him on the store shelf of Superstore. He's got long noodly legs that are striped like candy canes. It's Frank, he just dyed his beard. If the gnome's hair was white, he was close to death. Oh. Alright, the chameleon gnome. The Kama chameleon. The color of your hair and skin is mutable, possibly due to latent magic from first world influences or lingering illusion effects. You can slowly change the vibrancy and the exact color, and the coloration can be different across your body, allowing you to create patterns or other colorful designs. If you want to be a Mary Sue, this is the kind of gnome you want to be. It takes a single action for minor located shifts up and localized shifts, and up to an hour for dramatic shifts throughout your body. While you're asleep, the colors shift to their own hue with your dreams, giving you an unusual coloration each morning. When you're in an area where your coloration is roughly similar to the environment, for instance, forest green in a forest, you can use a single action to make minor localized shifts designed to help you blend into your surroundings.
If you want to have a natural rainbow mohawk, here you go.
Yes. This grants you a +2 circumstance bonus to stealth checks until your surroundings shift in coloration or pattern. The Fae Touch Gnome. The blood of the Fae flows through your veins, saturating you with their magic and making you truly one of them. You gain the Fae trait in addition to the gnome and humanoid traits. Choose one cantrip from the primal spell list. You can cast this spell as a primal innate spell at will. A cantrip is heightened to a spell rank equal to half your level rounded up. You can change this cantrip to a different one from the same list once per day by meditating to realign yourself with the first world. This is a 10-minute activity that has the concentrate trait. The Sensate Gnome. You see all colors as brighter, hear all sounds as richer, and especially smell all scents with incredible detail. You gain a special sense, imprecise scent with a range of 30 feet. This means you can use your sense of smell to determine the exact location of a creature, as explained on page 434. The GM will usually double the range if you're downwind from the creature, or halve the range if you're upwind. In addition, you gain a +2 circumstance bonus to perception checks whenever you try to locate an undetected creature that is within the range of your scent. Umbral Gnome. Whether from a connection to dark or shadowy fae, from the underground gnomes known as Drathnalar, or from another source, you can see in complete darkness and you gain dark vision. The Wellspring Gnome. Some other source of magic has greater hold on you than the primal magic of your fae lineage does. This connection might come from an occult plane or an ancient occult song, a deity, celestial, or fiend, magical effluent left behind by a mage war, or ancient rune magic. Choose arcane, divine, or occult. You gain one cantrip from that magical tradition spell list. You can gain the spell as an innate spell at will, as a spell of your chosen tradition. Wow. A cantrip is heightened to a spell rank equal to half your level rounded up. Whenever you gain a primal innate spell from a gnome ancestry feat, change its tradition from primal to your chosen tradition. Gnome. And yeah, we've got our example of a gnome here. She's got all
That's
these
a chameleon
heckin'
gnome.
Yep, she's got all those heckin' colors all up in her hair. She looks like she's having
They
fun.
are literally, they are manic pixie fucking little nightmare gremlins are what gnomes are.
They're yeah.
Now we have goobles.
And then we've got gobbies.
They come in
They're
all
the
kinds
best.
of colors. Yeah.
The
Goblins
Pathfinder
come in
video
all
games
kinds of
are a
colors.
decent way to get in touch with the world of it. Second one, you'll get to see Mythic and how batshit that gets. Oh. Alrighty, we've got the gobbies. Them hemkin gobbies. He's eating a pickle and he's holding a bucket of soup. He looks like he's having a good time.
Also, Pathfinder is pretty famous for its goblins.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay, so gobbies at a glance. They have 6 hit points. They're small in size. They have 25 speed. They have dexterity, charisma, goblin. They have a tribute boost of dexterity, charisma, and a free. Every single book at the start, goblins. Their tribute flaw is wisdom. They speak common and goblin, and others include according to their intelligence modifier. They have goblin and humanoid traits, and they have dark vision. The convoluted histories other people cling to don't interest goblins. These small folk live in the moment, and they prefer tall tales over factual records. Goblin virtues are about being present, creative, and honest. They strive to lead fulfilled lives rather than worrying about how their journeys will end. To tell stories, not nitpick the facts. To be small but dream big. Many goblins enjoy simpler delights like songs, fire, and eating, and hate reading, dogs, and horses. Other goblins might have more complex pursuits, though, such as tinkering with scraps or concocting snacks and explosives from almost anything. If you want a character who's eccentric, enthusiastic, and fun-loving, you should play a goblin.
I love goblins.
So look in here. Goblins are stumpies with large bodies, scrawny limbs, and massively oversized heads with large ears and beady red eyes. I'll tell you right now, just by that, there are not a lot of goblin VTubers that are Pathfinder goblins. In my experience, it usually means, hey, y'all betcha I can punch this bear in the face without waking it up. Their skin ranges from green to gray to blue, and they often bear scars, boils, and rashes. Goblins average 3 feet tall. Most are bald with little to no body hair. Their jagged teeth fall out and regrow constantly, and their fast metabolisms mean they eat constantly and nap frequently. Mutations are also more common among goblins than other people, and goblins usually view particularly salient mutations as a sign of power or fortune. Goblins reach adolescence by the age of 3 and adulthood 4 or 5 years later. Goblins can live 50 years or more, but without anyone to protect them from each other or themselves, few live past 20 years of age.
Yep.
So. What I'm hearing is, it's like kobolds. People don't know how
They're
long
extremely
they can live
reckless,
because they never survived.
not very big in the whole survival instinct.
Yeah. They reach adolescence by the age of 3 and adulthood 4 or 5 years later. So a 4 or 5-year-old goblin is considered an adult.
Yep. They're not a long-lived race.
They said that they can live up to 50 or more, but because they get into shit, very few live past 20. That being said, it's a race that can live about 50 years, but matures at 4. I don't think it's a problem. I don't see a problem if you don't. That being said, there sure are a lot of horny goblins out there. Let's just hope they're over 3. Anywho,
It's a hardness test thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah. I think it's because goblins are, they've been for a while not typically considered
attractive.
Right. Not even attractive, just like a goblins and hobgoblins and Pathfinder have a rocky history, and so do orcs, because that whole stereotype kind of mentality of, I mean, it's an orc, right? It's basically an animal on 2 legs. They're just savage, evil monsters. That recently, that's different now, obviously. So I think that if you want to, I think my mentality on this evolutionarily is that they're not strong, they're very small, and they're very much a prey species, if you just really think about it. But
I believe the term is short stack. I mean, you're right, but also, hey, this is that thing that, again, it just means that all the goblin VTubers that are out there are not Pathfinder goblins. Because if they
doesn't matter if they're 9, if they're biologically an adult with a fully developed brain and the capacity to give informed consent. Hardness test.
Also, most of their head is just jaw, just sharp. Then they have razor maws. They're just filled with razor teeth, right? Goblin bites are not a fucking joke.
What I'm hearing though is they're little bald.
Rules change when you're dealing with non-human sapient races.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
But
it's that thing of, if the goblin can consent, if the goblin is mature and able to give consent at 4, then I guess that's the gobbo age of consent. Your mileage will vary. Talk to your DM. That's how I'm gonna avoid answering certain questions. Ask your DM.
No, we haven't been talking about, but every race has edicts and anathemas.
Yeah.
My favorite one is the goblin anathema, which is right there. Trust a dog or horse or learn to read. That's Goblin Anathema.
Where is that?
Up. Go up. Right there.
Oh, there it
Heritage.
is. Okay. All right. Ask your
I
DM
love
if
the way
Goblin
that-
Uglies is right for you.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to end up in a Pathfinder jail or prison again. That shit is a pain to get out of. Well, so much for Goblin
Also,
Wizards.
it's worth noting that adolescence doesn't mean adult, it means near adult, so we can assume
Yeah.
goblins actually reach proper adulthood around 7.
Well, it says here adolescence by the age of 3 and adulthood 4 or 5 years later. So,
Adulthood,
that
yeah.
being
Yeah.
said, an adult goblin usually ranges between 7 to 9 years old.
Chronology is weird.
It's a short-lived race,
Very
but
short. 50
yeah.
is not especially when we just got done with fucking elves and dwarves. Yeah.
Mhm. So yeah, so we've got these little
No balls of chaos.
these little bald, scrungly, ugly little motherfuckers is what I'm saying, honestly. I don't really find the appeal in I don't find the appeal in goblins, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't get it.
Like,
I don't get it, and sexy goblins I really don't get. But
Yeah.
So goblin age of consent is probably 7, except goblins probably don't actually think that much about high concepts like the mechanics of consent.
Yeah.
One of their default problem-solving methods as a species is solving things with
Too
fire.
busy blowing themselves up.
They love
Like-
blowing themselves up.
Like here's the funny thing. Now this is gonna be a hot take.
What's your hot take?
I feel like it's gonna be a hot take, but I have to point this out. So again, I mentioned earlier, I don't understand what people find so great and even sexy about goblins. There's so many sexy goblins out there. I don't understand it. Especially because we see a lot of criticism with certain media mostly video games, where the male of a species is scrungly or hairy or bulky and ugly or bestial, but the female side of the race is just palette.
Want the answer?
Yeah.
Blame Midna.
Yeah, I guess I can see it being Midna's fault.
I'm not kidding.
Nintendo knew what they were doing, and they just went with it
That's
anyway.
but that was that thing where it was like, okay, so with other fantasy races, werewolves, catmen, orcs, all that shit, we want the women to be just as freaking crazy and fugly and everything as the males of the races. I believe in gender equality. Okay, why are goblins the exception to this? Why do goblins get the why do we get why are the sexy goblins just Latinas? Just say you like Latinas. You love Latinas, Sonic. That's what it is. You just love Latinas.
You love Latinas, Sonic.
Just say you just love Latinas. Yep. I'm sorry. You don't like goblins. You like Latinas.
You just want your Latinas to
Clip
be
it!
like...
Clip it and post it on Twitter and get canceled! That's my hot take! You don't like goblins! You
Ha, ha, ha.
like... Okay? Hold on, don't clip it yet.
Okay.
God, fuck. It's not as funny. But again, that's the I'll try to say it again in a clippable format. My hot take is, why is it that we want the female of certain species, like your werewolves, your orcs, and whatever, we want them to be just as butt-fucking ugly as the males, but goblins get a pass? No, we want sexy goblins. No, you don't. You don't like goblins. You like Latinas. That's it. Why not like both? No, you want green Latinas. That's all you want. You want curvy short stacks? You want green Latinas. That's it.
Or insert color palette here of Latina.
That's my hot take. I'll be I'll see you all in the canceled booth on Twitter. Like,
I seriously doubt that's a terrible hot take.
I don't know. Jokes aside, end of the day, that's just kind of something that I've noticed. Why? But no, like you said, Lynn, it's probably Midna's fault. Midna wasn't an accident.
Midna was not
Ha, but yeah, Midna popularized the big ass tiny gremlin.
When they draw her ass the size of the fucking sun.
There's no way Midna was a goddamn accident. She was 100% intentional.
She's not a pear, she's a light bulb.
She's not a pear.
She's a light bulb.
She's a light bulb. She's just freaking naked. She's just naked, grinding against Link and moaning. Adult Midna is hot to me. Tiny Midna do nothing. You are one of the odd ones out, Kaze, because Imp Midna has a lot of fucking porn. Way too much fucking porn.
It is a distressingly large number.
Okay? There's a lot of Imp Midna porn. But that's the thing, it was like, I wouldn't really relate Midna to a goblin. She's an imp.
Imp.
Like
Which, I guess people just conflate those two together anyway. Snaggletooths are powerful items. It's true.
Snaggletooth? Yeah, I guess so. Back then, they'd just say, freaking get your teeth fixed, bitch. Now I guess it's cute.
Yeah. Funny how the world works.
Do I technically have snaggleteeth? I have no fucking idea. No, I don't think so. Because they kind of, snaggleteeth jut out, and I don't know.
I think it's funny how a snaggletooth is like the top tooth coming out, and a tusk is the bottom one coming out.
Well, like, the snaggletooth are specifically the canines. The canines have to jut out a little bit. And I know, like, my upper teeth, they're aligned a little bit differently because of how, like, my teeth grew in. But they're not, like, super crazy, like, snaggletoothie. No. I always wondered if they were because I used to get made fun of for my teeth at times. And then as I grew up, it's just, like, they just aren't perfectly straight, but people shit on them. But I've seen people with much, much worse teeth. That being said, yeah, that's my 2 cents on the thing. I don't get it. I don't see the appeal in goblins being sexy. But yo, whatever makes y'all happy. Alrighty. So, we've got the Charhide Goblin.
She looks way more like a goblin than an imp from a fantasy standpoint.
I guess.
She has the big head, big ears, and is super sassy. She's a monochrome goblin.
Yeah. Okay. I can agree with that. So we've
Just
got
isn't ugly.
Yeah. So Squeaky versus Honey Goblin when? I mean, I don't know Honey Goblin like that. I heard she's really nice, so I wouldn't want to fight it. I wouldn't want to fight anybody I don't know, and not that I'm trying to fight anybody on that. This is just kind of something I noticed that I've always been curious about. Yeah. Anywho, Charhide Goblin. Your ancestors are always Josh, no worries. Your ancestors have always had a connection to fire and a thicker skin, which allows you to resist burning. You gain fire resistance equal to half your level minimum. You can also recover from being fire more easily. Your flat check to remove persistent fire damage is DC 10 instead of DC 15, which is reduced to DC 5 if another creature uses a partially appropriate action to help. Iron Gut Goblin. You can subsist on food that most folks would consider spoiled. You can keep yourself fed with poor meals in a settlement as long as garbage is readily available. Without using the subsist downtime activity, you can eat and drink things when you are sickened. You gain a +2 circumstance bonus to saving throws against afflictions, against gaining the sickened condition, and to remove the sickened condition. When you roll a success on a fortitude save affected by this bonus, you get a critical success instead. All these benefits apply only when the affliction or condition result in something you ingested. I can eat 3-week-old bacon and be fine. Razortooth Goblin. Your family's teeth are formidable weapons. You gain a Jaws unarmed attack that deals 1d6 piercing damage. Your Jaws are in the brawling group and have the finesse and unarmed traits. Snow Goblin. You are acclimated to living in frigid lands and have skin ranging from sky blue to navy in color, as well as blue fur. You're a Yordle. You gain cold resistance equal to half your level. You treat environmental code effects as if they were one step less extreme, and so on and so forth, explaining that. The Unbreakable Goblin. You're able to bounce back from injuries easily due to an exceptionally thick skull, cartilaginous bones, or some other mixed blessing. You gain 10 hit points from your ancestry instead of 6. When you fall, reduce the falling damage you take as though you'd fallen half the distance. We sure Goblin Slayer didn't write or read this? No. Because it wouldn't say anything nice about them if that was the case. That being said, Tiny Yeti. Yordle.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And then we've got all our little gobbo feats. And then we have our halfling. Halflings in a nutshell have 6 hit points, are small in size, 25 feet, have dexterity, wisdom, and a free trait. Strength are their flaws, common and halfling, and then, like with everything, honestly, they have additional languages according to their intelligence.
Yep.
Keen eyes. Your eyes are sharp, allowing you to make out small details about concealed or even invisible
Goblin
creatures.
Slayer wouldn't let them in the PHB. This would be its own monster manual where every single monster entry is a different variant of goblin with tips and tricks on how best to genocide them en masse.
Have we ever gotten an explanation of why Goblin Slayer hates goblins so much?
Oh yeah, we have. It's very,
Yes.
very understandable.
What happened?
His entire village was raided, and he had to sit in hiding and watch as goblins took his sister.
Oh.
In front of him, because of course they did.
Oh,
And then left everything else to burn and die, and then he, was trained by a disgusting little cave creature that let him hone his hate into a weapon so powerful it's an actual fucking terrifying thing.
Okay.
His greatest fear is having that happen again, which is why he's so fucking vicious.
Okay, because I remember I think in the first episode of Goblin Slayer, they were like, "Oh, your mission is to hunt goblins," and they're like, "Goblins."
Yeah, no one took it seriously, and then they all fucking suffered for it.
Yeah, no, I
Because
know.
everyone-
I
no
know
one takes
Hayden.
it
I know
seriously.
Hayden plays. I know our friend Hayden plays priestess in Goblin Slayer, and they do an amazing
really?
job.
Goblins in Goblin Slayer are all psychopathic rapists.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are completely deserving of the slaughter they are given. Like, absolutely, fuck them. There's no mercy. I'm all for that. They are awful little rat people. But that's how we get to see them get punished for how evil they are. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's why Goblin Slayer is fucking crazy. Because all that.
Okay.
I would be crazy too if I was Goblin Slayer. I don't think we even know what his actual name is. I don't think anyone ever says it.
I don't think anyone ever says anybody's name.
No, it's all titles.
Yeah.
Most of the time, anyway.
Yes.
Okay. So, with that being said, we're going into claiming no place as their own. Halflings control few settlements larger than villages. Instead, they frequently live among humans within larger circles, carving out small communities alongside taller folk. Optimistic, cheerful, and driven by powerful wanderlust, halflings make up for their short stature with an abundance of bravado. At once excitable and easygoing, halflings are the best kind of opportunists, and their passions favor joy over violence. While their curiosity sometimes drives them towards adventure, halflings also carry strong ties to house and home. Holy shit. If you want to play a character who must contend with these opposing drives towards adventure and comfort, you should play a halfling. No names, because if you give a name, you get attached or some other thing, maybe. Nobody has names. Yeah. Alrighty, others. Okay, and then we have their society. Okay, halflings are short humanoids who look vaguely like smaller humans. They rarely grow to be more than 3 feet in height. Halfling proportions vary, with some looking like shorter adult humans but slightly larger heads, and others having proportions closer to those of a human child. Most halflings prefer to walk barefoot rather than wear shoes, and those who do so develop roughly calloused soles on their feet over time. Tufts of thick, often curly hair warm the tops of their broad, tanned feet. Halfling skin tones tend towards rich, tawny shades like amber or oak, and their hair color ranges from a light golden blonde to raven black. These are your hobbits. These are hobbits. These are hobbies. Then we have the halfling traits, the heritages. The gusty halfling. Your family line is known for keeping a level head and staving off fear when the chips are down. When you roll a success on a saving throw against an emotion effect, you get a critical success instead. Halleck halfling.
They're hobbits.
Yeah.
Like actually though, halfling is another name for hobbit in Lord of the Rings, and they used to be called hobbits in D&D before getting struck by Tolkien.
Yeah.
Hillick halfling. Accustomed to a calm life in the hills, your people find rest and relaxation especially replenishing, particularly when indulging in creature comforts. When you regain hit points overnight, add your level to the hit points regained. When anyone uses the medicine skill to treat your wounds, you can eat a snack to add your level to the hit points you regain from their treatment. Jinxed halfling, uncommon. You were born with a strange blessing. Bereft of the typical halfling luck, you can instead manipulate the fortunes of others. You can never take the halfling luck feat, and you gain the jinx action, which is a two action. A two action. Which is a curse occult, frequency once per day. You can curse another creature with clumsiness. This curse has a range of 30 feet, and you must be able to see your target. The target gets a will saving throw against your class DC or spell DC, whichever is higher. Success. The target is unaffected and temporarily immune for 24 hours. Failure. The target is clumsy 1 for 1 minute. The target is clumsy 2 for 1 minute if it's critical failure. Nomadic halfling. Your ancestors traveled from place to place for generations, never content to settle down. You gain 2 additional languages of your choice, chosen from among the common and uncommon languages available to you, and every time you take the multilingual feat, you gain another new language. Twilight halfling. Your ancestors performed many sacred acts under the concealing cover of dusk, like writing really bad YA romance novels. Whether for good or evil, and over time they developed the ability to see in twilight beyond even the usual keen
and so they
sight
were
of halflings.
purged.
You gain low taste vision. Wildwood halfling. You hail from deep within a jungle or forest, and you've learned how to use your small size to wriggle through undergrowth and other obstacles. You ignore any difficult terrain caused by plants and fungi, such as bushes, vines, and undergrowth. And then we have our feats. We have Peter Dinklage here, serving us some wonderful muffins with his little hairy feet. Goodbye, Peter Dinklage. We have Human. As unpredictable and varied as any of Galorian's peoples, humans have exceptional drive and the capacity to endure and expand. And expand they do. They'll fuck anything. Though many civilizations thrive before humanity rose to prominence.
Side note. Damn you, Stephanie Meyer. Twilight is one of my favorite words and you ruined it.
Though many civilizations thrive before humanity rose to prominence, humans have built some of the greatest and the most terrible societies throughout the course of history, and today they are the most populous people in the realms around the inner sea. Humans' ambitions, versatility, and exceptional potential have led to their status as the world's predominant ancestry. Their empires and nations are vast, sprawling things, and their citizens carve names for themselves with the strength of their sword arms and the power of their spells. Humanity is diverse and tumultuous, running the gamut from nomadic to imperial, sinister to saintly. Many of them venture forth to explore, to map the expanse of the multiverse, to search for long-lost treasure, or to lead mighty armies to conquer their neighbors, for no better reason than because they can. If you want a character who can be just about anything, you should play a human.
That's a good way of saying,
Yep.
anything. I like how they also divvy up ethnicity as like a huge fucking thing for humans too.
Mm-hmm.
Like over there, it's like, not a lot of races have that. I think a few should. But I guess they divvy up to heritage. I don't know, but
Yeah.
because like I guess there was only so much difference between the different dwarven clans or elf communities.
I feel like one of the reasons they probably did this specifically with humans is because
Everywhere has humans.
we are humans and humans are
Yeah.
everywhere, and because
Yeah.
of that there are many types of it could be touchy to make heritages for humans based on regional things like they do with the other races.
Mhm.
So instead they do the ethnicities.
Yeah.
That being said, there's only 2 human heritages. There's skilled human and versatile human. Your ingenuity allows you to train in a wide variety of skills. You become trained in one skill of your choice. At 5th
My
level, you become
favorite
an
thing
expert.
about playing human is how everyone always assumes you're actually one of the umpteen crazy things that can masquerade as a human.
Oh yeah, no.
So
People
many
just
things can do that. It's great.
so many things can do that. There are so many other things to be besides human that half the time people look at a human character.
Nah
and
man,
they're like,
I'm just a human.
yeah,
Yeah
like,
dude, sure you are.
It's like, what do you mean you're just a human? You just eat. Look at all the
I'm
look
just
at all the race,
I'm just.
look at all the
oh,
things
my
you
name-
could have been, and you chose
Yeah.
just
No.
us.
My name is Garen. I'm a human being, just like you or him.
Totally a total human.
I made a funny faith joke and no one laughed. I guess I'll just kill myself.
What was the joke?
Hee
My
hee
name
hee.
I'm Gary. I'm a human, just like you.
Oh, that took me a second.
just
Gary
a normal
loves you.
human being.
He loves you.
Except secrets. Here's a secret, though. He does not. I love Faith. It's fucking such a good show. It's such a good series of games.
They were good games.
Holy crap, dude! I hope they make it. I wonder what they'll do next with that universe. Because I want
hope
to
they
see
do
more.
something new because those games were good.
I don't know if at the same, considering the ending, I don't know if going back to like the same gameplay style will make sense. Because John has done shit that even the man with the gun couldn't pull off. So like, you gotta give him a little something more than just one hit point and Mortis. Anyway, though.
Mortis, they'll do it anyway.
Mortis.
They'll be like Father Garcia was actually able to fucking get whatever he did out of you, or some shit. So now you get one flick and you're dead again.
Mortis. Oh yeah.
Mortis.
Anyway.
Versatile human. Humanity's versatility and ambition have fueled its ascendance to the most common ancestry in most nations throughout the world. Select a general feat of your choice for which you meet the prerequisites. As with your ancestry feat, you can select this general feat at any point during character creation.
I personally enjoy playing human. I enjoy having a fairly bog-standard chassis to tell a story from, and reject the notion that being exotic makes your character more interesting.
And that's the thing, too. It's like, I don't see anything particularly wrong with playing a human. It's that thing of, there's this weird thing where people think human equals boring. And that's that in itself is a very boring way of thinking. Because then it's just like, yeah, you have all these fantasy races that you can be, or you can just be a human and have what makes you special and unique and interesting be what you do, not what you are. But people don't really think about that. Or maybe they don't want to.
I've personally found that random crazy out there race equals boring.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's kind of weird how people kind of look at that. And also, thank you for the head gallon, Dr. Dreads. Hello. Humans are also responsible for the most shit in fantasy setting. I just play a human cavalier and just do night things. And that's okay. That's completely okay. But like, I don't know. Kind of funny to think how like,
People that play the most crazy things usually don't have much else going on. Only thing worth mentioning about them is what they are, barely anything for who they are.
yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't like when people look at me Like I'm crazy when I decide to play a human.
But
Yeah,
that's been my own anecdotal experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Jimmy. I like how their anathema is waste what little time you have.
Pretty much. And that's fair, because so far, aside from goblins, they don't live long. So it's like, why are you wasting time? You know? Alrighty. Going into that, we've got the Leshy. The Leshy's in a nutshell. I think we went over this, actually. So we're not going to be on this for too long, because when we did the last stream, the preview that Phoebe gave us was the Leshy.
Leshy, let's fucking go!
Yeah.
Leshy's are adorable. I love them.
So they're just immortal spirits. Oh, almost midnight here. You have a good night? Yes. Have a wonderful night, Wizlock, and thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Leshies are great.
They're
So I don't know too much about Leshies. They're just immortal spirits put into little plant bodies. I had a character idea of a human barbarian brawler that just wants to suplex a lindworm. Oh.
Well, yeah, you can do that. There's a whole archetype where you're just literally a wrestler. Like an actual, like, wrestler. And you can suplex a lindworm.
Huh.
Yeah, it's great. It's all kinds of grapple shit.
Okay. They're usually pretty pro-nature, because again, they're in little planty bodies.
Sometimes you must suplex the ghost train.
Which you can do.
If you want to play a character who's curious and connected to nature, you should play a Leshy. Yeah, there's not really much to go over that I end up kind of going over again. You've got your cactus your cactus Leshy, your fruit Leshy. I like the idea of like a fruit Leshy that grows like, again, the little fruit that you can like give to your friends and be like, here's a banana I grew.
Yeah,
My
basically.
banana.
You don't just be a berry bush.
Eat my banana.
There's one player.
Eat it.
His name is
Eat my banana.
Oh,
Okay, sorry.
So he's a jar of hops. He's a jar of hops.
Uh-huh.
And his name is Sado because he looks down and he sees hops but upside down. So his name is Sado because he thinks
He
that's
looks
his
like a
name
thirsty
tag.
bitch.
So he's just an actual glass jar full of hops with a spirit in it, and he just walks around in pots and pans and colanders in his little jar body, and he's like a fighter. He's a fighter. Or no,
It's not
he's a
weird,
champion.
I swear. Just take this thing I secreted from my body. Is good
Yeah.
for you.
Exactly.
Here, do
Oh,
you
yeah,
want
yeah.
to
There's,
just?
like,
My moles are edible. Just eat them.
Yeah. There's also Leshies like fungus Leshies. There's mushroom people, like little myconoids. Your Leshy can be whatever the fuck you want it to be, honestly. It can be whatever you fucking want it to be.
Yeah.
My root Leshy, his name is Sputicus, and he's a champion.
Oh.
He wears heavy armor. He wears a fucking cast iron pot.
Oh.
Because his armor is it's just an old like rusted pot. He has like enough room to put his legs through. He's a root Leshy, so I took that as a root vegetable. So I made him a potato. His name is Sputicus.
A potato. They
Name's
got a
Sputicus.
seaweed. They got a seaweed Leshy, where you're a seaweed.
Yeah, you're just a bunch of seaweed.
And then there's like lotus Leshy. Lotus Leshy sounds fun and cute.
It's exactly what you think. I can get you a Lotus Leshy picture, actually.
Oh, I believe you.
There's one. And an
And
adventure.
it's a fungal Leshy.
A potato with the spirit of the Celts, probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is unshakable. You literally cannot move him, but he will keep knocking you over and letting people beat the shit out of you.
I have a seaweed Leshy barbarian who was made with the spirit of a dragon who gains barbarian powers from his past life. Oh.
There's also an adorable little Leshy that's a pumpkin head Leshy.
I shouldn't be
Let's see lots
shocked
of
that
art.
Pompeii bread feels at home in a cast iron pot. Wait, he was a leaf Leshy. You can be like... You land from fall with particular grace. You can be a weeb leshy. You can be a cherry blossom leshy.
Oh, here it is.
Sure
I found
can.
Yeah, you can be a cherry blossom leshy.
It must be
You
a
can-
Venus flytrap leshy.
Every time
Or a funny gourd.
every time two members of your party start having a romantic interaction, you just if you're able to float or fly or get up in a high expanse, a high place, you just get to that thing, you just start shaking your little arms so that your petals will fall on them. And then when they look up, like, what the fuck are you doing? Be like, no, keep going. Keep going. I'm just setting the scene.
Leshy can
Keep
also
going.
form on an object made of plant matter. You could be a wooden flute leshy.
Yeah, you can.
Leshies are Koroks. That's pretty much what they are, huh?
Yeah.
They're just
are.
they're just Koroks.
They are fucking precious. The one leshy you meet in Adventure Path, his name is Blackberry.
Mhm.
He is the eldest leshy of the woods. He's like 6 months old.
Huh.
He is the elder leshy, and he is like 6 months old. Leshies are adorable, and also he has a giant image dump of fucking leshies, by the way.
Kaze says
I put it in social.
Kaze says you're pouring your dead skin on us. It's only weird if you word it like that.
It's just
When you put it that way, of
sleeves.
course. When you put it that way, of course it's fucking weird.
So I put it in
yeah,
any
it's
social
all
instead of
leshy.
stream, but look at all these leshy. That's the lotus one's the pink one.
Yeah.
But also, I like the pumpkin one. Look at it.
Yeah.
Just a little guy. They're all so cute. Wait, there's one I missed. Hold on. How did I miss this one? 1 second. My favorite one. Hold on. This is my favorite one. There he is.
That's funny. The best one. Hold on, I have to get the link for that so I can put that on the stream. Why is it
The
just?
chink leshy.
I didn't.
Chunk.
I didn't wanna download it. I just wanted to see it.
He's got a little hat. His existence has a little hat.
It wouldn't. It was this
Man.
one. It was this.
Look at
It's
this
a
is actual art.
cactus
Look at him. He's perfect.
Apparently, this is just like a set of minis.
Yeah, you get minis. It's
Contains
all the leshy
pre-painted
types.
Plastic minis.
Yeah. They got a little. There's an array of them right over there. Also, armadillo leshy looking like a fucking fae from Shadowbringers. Little pangolin ass leshy. And the fungus one, which is he's actually probably the friendliest, despite his face.
Yeah. And then we got the sunflower.
Sunflower looks so fucking intricate. It looks like a Ben 10 alien, honestly. That one. Just how intricate it is. But that's like the Venus flytrap one. But also the cactus one is the best one.
Seaweed leshy.
They don't just seaweed. They got the seashells and everything. Little fish person.
Yeah.
Leshies can be whatever the fuck you want them to be, and they're so fucking cute.
Oh, and this is the fruit leshy.
You're right, Pete. My name is Anthony. Kaze.
Yeah.
Anyway, I like the leshies.
But you can call him Black.
Yeah, I am also color coordinated.
Yeah, so
But no.
leshies seem to be fun little guys. And again, I normally don't play more non-humanoid creatures, mostly because I just like being a cute girl half the time.
So
Since I
there's
can't
one-
be one in real life.
Shut the fuck up. So there's one more that Emerald Link that you need to see, which is official Pathfinder art in the anti-social right now.
The only one that matters. Hold on, I gotta. Hold on, I gotta open the link. Which then is just gonna
I'm
download
not-
it because this thing is dumb.
So black is just like color because Squeaky's pink,
Mm-hmm.
black, green, in the background
There we
squeaky blue, you know, colors.
Colors.
I'm not actually. Also,
See,
look at that boy. He's running up. He's a riding a little puppy leshy.
Yes.
That's not a leshy. It's like an actual like a creature. But you fucking look at it. He's got a little orange cap.
Yeah, he does.
Oh no, it's supposed to be a metal helmet because you can see the eye holes. He puts it down over his face.
Yeah.
Like a night helmet.
Yeah.
That makes you bad. He got a little orange for a helmet.
No, I think that's a peeled
Yeah,
orange.
don't worry, Anthony is white, because bones get bleached and he has no skin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But either way, we have gone through this before, so again, not spending too much time on it, but they seem like fun little guys. The reason I don't spend a lot of time playing these kind of less humanoid looking characters is because most of the time I just want to play a cute girl. And normally if I want to get art of my character, the more out there of a race I choose, the harder it will be. I also don't see myself as too creative in the aspect of creating characters. So I tend to stay away from the more things. So you might never see me play a Leshy unless it's a joke.
So there's an entire adventure where everyone has to play Leshies.
Oh, too bad.
It's called a fish. It's called a
I'm
fistful.
extremely creative. I play
Okay.
humans too.
It's called
Yeah.
a fistful of flowers, and it's great. It's so fun. All just a bunch of little Leshies.
Yeah, I feel like there are times where I'm not really as creative as I think I am sometimes, with certain aspects. So, again, a lot of the more out there races look fun, but I don't see myself playing them because for very shallow reasons.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Alrighty,
I also
so
don't think I'm as creative as I sometimes want to be. Also, Orc.
yeah, Orc was another one we did go through. So just going into the bits and bobs. 10 hit points, medium size, 25 speed, 2 free boosts. They've got common and orcish and more according to their intelligence. And they've got dark vision. So we've got quite a couple things as well. Orcs are forged in the fires of violence and conflict, often from the moment they are born. As they live lives that are frequently cut brutally short, orcs revel in testing their strength against worthy foes, often by challenging a higher-ranking member of their community for dominance. Orcs often struggle to gain acceptance among other communities, who frequently see them as brutes. Those who earn the loyalty of an orc friend, however, soon learn that an orc's fidelity and honesty are unparalleled. Orc culture teaches that they are shaped by the challenges they survive, and the most worthy survive the most hardships. Orcs who attain both a long life and great triumph command immense respect. If you want a character who is hardy, fearsome, and excels at feats of physical prowess, you should play an orc.
Yeah. Orcs are actually fucking, like, the coolest guys. They're pretty
Orc,
fucking cool.
also known as the unambiguously strongest common race now. Expect to
Yeah.
see them as a favorite of power gamers at your tables. Thankfully, they're still pretty cool.
Yeah, that's great.
Orcs are tall and powerfully built, long arms and stocky legs, up to 7 feet in height.
Big.
But they're not large, though.
They are not, because we'll wait for the Minotaur book that's coming out. And Minotaur, Centaur, the Greek book.
Yeah.
I'm not
Large starts at 8 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
In this thing, it's 8 feet, so that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Orcs are tough as fucking nails. Also, one of their things is superstition, which their superstitious beliefs gives them actual real resistance to magic. Because of orc superstition. It's a fun little feat to take. It's very flavorful and funny. It's like you're so paranoid about stories of Ooga Booga Baba Yaga witches that it actually makes you stronger against magic effects. It's so silly.
And
also versatiles.
Versatile.
I like to think it's a reverse reference to Warhammer.
Yeah.
We've got here the versatile heritage. So we have the Nephilim, we have the Euveren. I can't say the word properly, so I hope I said it right. I don't know. He just looks like a guy.
I don't know what the Aaron is.
I
there's
don't know. In this book, there's Changeling, there's Planar Scions, Nephilim, and Mixed Ancestry Heritages. So Changeling. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Like they got these are the hag things. That's where their feats come from. Hags.
Tales of children stolen away and replaced by monsters exist across countless centuries, but the true monsters are the hags who bring these strange children into the world, either directly as their birth parents or indirectly when strange magic from their coven rituals affects babies in nearby villages. Such a child faces no end of challenges, often beginning life as an abandoned or orphaned outsider. Though a changeling generally resembles an ordinary member of their ancestry, their distinctive eyes, each a different color, set them apart. One of their eyes matches that of their father's lineage, while the other matches the color of their hag mothers, often in an unnatural shade such as violet or vivid green. Not everyone has differently colored eyes as a changeling. But this manifestation of changeling heritage makes it difficult for them to hide their nature and can lead to banishment. As they come of age, they manifest other characteristics from their mother, including supernatural abilities, dark vision, claw-like fingernails, and innate magic are the most common. Changelings can be any gender, but women in particular are vulnerable to the call, a psychic influence that urges them to abandon their mortal life, join the hag's coven, and eventually become a hag themselves. Changelings who can understand their heritage often fear the call and work to resist its pull. Those who remain ignorant of their origin may find themselves subject to a terrible compulsion without knowing why. Mm-hmm. And it is an uncommon heritage. Your mother was a hag. Your eye's heterochromia is the most obvious signifier of this parentage, but you likely also have a slighter build, paler skin, and darker hair than most members of your other parent's ancestry. You gain the changeling trait. You also gain low light vision, or you gain dark vision if your ancestry has low light vision. You can select from changeling feats and feats from your other parent's ancestry whenever you gain an ancestry feat. So as long as your mother is a hag, you can pretty much mix this with almost anything.
That's the power of versatiles.
Descriptivist, hello and welcome. The remaster is here, and we're just looking over it. Freaking. Then we've got all these little feats, but really, it has all this and then whatever comes from its other parentage, or whatever they can select from there. And then we have the Nephilim, which back again when we were looking through like Phoebe's preview teasers, we got a general idea of how this worked. Now, a Tiefling has been replaced with Nephilim. So we've got Angelkin, we've got Grimspawn, Hellspawn, Lawbringer, Muse-touched, Pitborn, and it is an uncommon heritage.
It's basically all the lawful and chaotic, good, neutral evils.
Yeah, so they just took, it was Tiefling, and what was the other one?
Azamar.
And they just smushed them together and called it one race.
Yep. Which, they basically were, and there's literally really no fucking difference between them, so...
Yeah, it's just one is angel touched, one is beast touched, yeah. Yeah,
they're both outer planar, like, origins, just one is on the celestial side, one's on the hell sides.
Yeah. So with that being said, we have that. I remember we went through all of this, so we're not going to go through it again. The mixed ancestry.
Oh, Iovaran are half-elves.
Yeah, so elves children with people of other ancestries, and the children of their children are called Alvarian, an elven word that refers to a poem about leaves that fall too quickly to the ground. The most familiar Eovarans and Galarian are born to an elf and a human, or are two Arvarians. Those born of those unions are commonly referred to as half-elves. The life of an Arvarian can be difficult, often marked by a struggle to fit in. Arvarians don't have their own homeland in Galarian, nor are populations of Arvarian particularly tied to one another, since they often have very disparate traditions from their parents' ancestries. Instead, they often attempt to find acceptance in their parents' cultures and settlements. So half-elves. They're half-elves.
Yeah. Whether it's half an elf and human or elf with something, it's an elf something.
It's something with elf.
Yep.
You can choose a mixed ancestry to represent having 2 ancestral lines for your character. This doesn't preclude having more than 2 ancestries in your genealogy, but you need to work with your GM if you want to have more than 2 reflected in the rules. The possible combinations of ancestries are immeasurable, though most people in the Inner Sea region are familiar with only Arvarians and Dromares, as those are the most common people of mixed ancestry they encounter. Custom mixed heritages. You can work with your GM to create a mixed heritage for an ancestry other than elf or orc. A custom mixed ancestry heritage is an uncommon heritage. Choose an ancestry to tie to the heritage. You gain any traits of the ancestry and a new trait for your combined ancestry, similar to how the Arvarian heritage below grants the elf and Arvarian traits. You also gain low light vision if the ancestry tied to the heritage has low light vision or dark vision. The heritage lets you select ancestry feats for the chosen ancestry in addition to those from your base ancestry. The Arvarian and Dromare heritages both have special feats, but a custom heritage will need you to work with your GM to create or adapt some.
So yeah, I like that because it's
Squeaky.
Huh?
Never mind, you're good.
What? No, what happened? What happened?
VTuber wasn't responding.
Oh, okay. I guess it was just probably a hiccup.
So you can literally be like an actual half gnome, half goblin, or half gnoll, half Anandi, which are giant spider people.
But it says to figure those out with your DM as you go.
Yeah, I'm saying the possibility is there. You just need to talk it out. But in Galarian, everything can breed with everything. There's really not a limit there. There can be a child born of fucking anything.
Now here's my question then. Because now I obviously know that like at least it has a general set of rules to follow when you're creating your mixed heritage, and that's better than nothing. And because there's so many, not even just in this book but in other books that add further ancestries, there's no way it can list all the possible combinations. There's too many.
Yeah. It just says they're immeasurable. That you can do it. Anything can fuck anything. It's basically what it's saying.
It's pretty much saying you can do whatever combination you want. Just talk to your DM on what can go through and what can't. Like, for example, if your mixed heritage is, your mom was an elf and your dad was an orc, but then freaking your grandparent was a gnome, and you want to have traits of all 3, it's like normally Pathfinder says you can have 2. If you want a 3rd one, talk to your DM.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Just talk to your DM. I guess it is better than 5e's where it's just we're not going to talk about it at all. And it tries to Pathfinder tries to meet you in the middle, because with Pathfinder, players want their mixed heritage to mean something. They want it to matter to their character and what they can and can't do. And that was the general
Generally speaking, when you mix ancestries, you pick a base race between the two, and in exchange for giving up your heritage boon for that ancestry, you get access to the other ancestry's unique feats, and perhaps a boost to your vision based on what the ancestries are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or other senses, if your ancestor choice has special senses.
Or you talk to your DM, and maybe you can have like a nerfed version of you can have your base and a somewhat nerfed version of your other one.
Yeah. It's funny to me that.
Mhm.
No, I was
No,
gonna say
no,
that in some fantasy settings where there's people like actual mixed race characters, it's like the traits. There's barely any talk about at all or any showing off of the other traits aside from what they look like, and that's basically it.
Yeah.
So there are other like one of those predominant characters in Warcraft, for example, Garona Half-Orcan, who is an orc, who is half Draenei. Which, if you've ever seen a Draenei, they're the fucking people with the goat feet in Warcraft.
Yeah.
The Draenei have some wacky fucking powers, and it's never brought up with Garona. She's just basically an orc, but she's treated bad because she's a Draenei. But it doesn't matter. She doesn't even look like a Draenei. There's nothing there. It's just she's an orc. She's an orc rogue. That's it.
Kaze says, I mean, some you can't. I remember there was a race in Pathfinder that you literally had no genitalia. They were made, not grown.
I don't think that one's gotten into this one yet.
I have no idea.
I know androids also can because obviously they're androids, which is an
They saw,
automatons and all that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I don't think they've added that one in yet.
I guess it's the thing of, again, it seems like Pathfinder tries to meet you halfway in terms of making it seem like the unique ancestry of your character matters.
I think in that instance, I would just say what kind of race was grown with certain traits this time around in this genetic vat here.
No,
That's why. But anyway, yeah, no, this one, they do try to meet you halfway.
Yeah, and I guess in the end it's better than nothing, whereas 5D, it literally is, yes, girl, give us nothing, because
it just says, yeah, that happens. Anyway.
Yeah, they go, anyway. So I will give Pathfinder that. It tries to kind of figure something out, but at the end of the day, they kind of also slightly cop you out by being like, so just talk about it with your DM. And that can, I feel like, create a couple problems, depending on, like, tables that... It can be an issue with society, I feel.
Yeah, society, it's hard with society play.
I was gonna say, like, society probably doesn't even allow mixed ancestry because of how,
they do. It's just, when it comes to, say, like, I want X and Y, they would probably say, well, you need to get enough points to purchase, and air quotes purchase, the race unlock, then you can make a character that has X and Y, or something like that. Because, or just unlock versatile, because uncommon stuff you sometimes have to work to get. And then you have things like rare, which is like, you need to bust your ass or play a specific adventure to get, like, undead ancestry, like skeleton. Like, you need to bust your ass for that one. Or, and then there's the thing of, hey, and not talking about ancestry, just character in general, because they are very strict on things. If you're any kind of evil, you're not allowed to participate with that character in society play. They do not allow evil characters of any kind.
Huh.
Because the ever-present risk of, my character's evil, so of course I'll be a complete dickhead and TPK the party. So, they avoid that by saying, if you're any form of evil, no. Which means you can't play any evil versions of clerics and paladins. Maybe you can go with neutral, but not. You can't be evil.
Indeed, Galarian's androids can have versatile heritages, though, like Lephalem, if an android constructor were exposed to hellfire or something. Astamoy, that's what I was thinking, says Kaze. Oh.
Yeah, but you can flavor it however you want and make it work. It's just, when it comes to it's not based on literal ability to breed. It's just your ancestry and your heritage. If your automaton was made with hellfire and built to be an infernal engine, then it could be a Nephilim automaton. There's no issue there.
It's also worth noting that, in most cases, your base traits for your ancestry tend to just be your ability boosts, speed, HP, and languages. Your more interesting things from that ancestry comes from the heritage and feats, and if you're, say, an elf-orc mixed heritage, you have access to both elf and orc ancestry feats.
Yep. Which can be really cool, because they both are really fucking neat.
Okay. Again, like I said, it seems like in Pathfinder's case, it tries to meet you halfway while still also being like, but like, talk to your DM about it. That's your problem, not ours.
It's not exactly your problem, because it's even offer up just adapted to this. If you've got the makeup feats, like here here's a bunch of them. Just adapt it up, just copy paste one over if it fits. Like, who cares?
Well, yeah.
You don't have
again,
to. You don't have to make a brand new one unless you wanna have fun balancing that. But you know.
Yeah, and that's the thing of I think it's going to be a player by player to DM by DM basis, because there are some DMs that will be like, that's too much work, I don't want to do it. And then some DMs like Logan who will be like, that's what you want to do? Okay, freaking give me some time to fucking write up a heckin' thing.
Why isn't Logan here? He could have probably been part of this. Anyway.
Because he's very, very busy. But
yeah,
also, he doesn't know a bloody thing about Pathfinder either. And funny enough, he's kind of working on, like, mixed ancestries and race mixing in a way that I don't know how it's going to do, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit similar to how Pathfinder is doing it. I don't know. He seems to be pretty proud of it, but we won't know until the Restia setting guide is freaking... The Kickstarter is out and fully funded. So, and that's starting on December 1st.
Okay. Incidentally, Hell Knight Automaton, totally making that. That's a thing. I'm going to make one of those. That's just saying that as an example.
Logan's design philosophy is very similar to Pathfinder philosophy.
I know, but yeah, Hellfire Robot. I'm super down with that. I'm gonna figure out how to make that work.
I mean, as of this week, Pathfinder Society organized play now allows clerics of deities like Lamashtu, right?
Do they? I guess they might have changed that if it's true, but still, we'll see.
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
As far as I'm aware, only evil stuff has never been allowed.
I don't know. I don't get to play Society. Either way, let's continue. Backgrounds.
Logan realized the universal truth that your race actually mattering and being like a subclass is cool.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how he builds his... Funny enough, how he builds his custom races for Somnus Domina is kind of similar to Pathfinder. So funny enough, if you want to bring Pathfinder flavor to 5E, I don't know, maybe consider Nat 19's products and the third-party stuff. You can find them at freaking DriveThruRPG.
And also why his custom races are disgustingly overpowered, but very fun.
He thinks about fun, and then the balance kind of happens as he sees people play it. Because unlike D&D and Paizo, he doesn't have this big pool of people that can just all play test his class and races. So he just kind of does this work. Cool, my players will play test it, and then we adjust accordingly. And he's done that before. He's done some adjustments to Sword Saint. He's done some adjustments to Petal Knight, for better or for worse. But PSF org play still disallows giving your character the unholy trait, so you can't play an anti-paladin. The remaster removed alignment, so Lamashtans have expanded since they no longer have to be evil. Let's see, hold on. Let me actually pop this out real quick so I can see it better. I mean, blah blah. Hell Knight Automaton throwing that at my players when they try to claim their keep, also their dice. But yeah, let me actually fucking take this moment. Freaking, Also, Zaptank014, hello and welcome, and thank you for the follow. Freaking, I'm gonna freaking really quickly shill for Nat 19 because it is a D&D group that I am a part of.
Also, he's making custom content. He doesn't have to make it for official play formats.
Exactly.
And in custom play formats, there are myriad ways to adjust power levels.
Yes. So, that being said, the setting guide for Somnus Domina is a D&D 5th edition handbook. It is going to have over 500 pages of 3 classes, which will probably be the Sword Saint, the Petal Knight, and probably, what's another race? What's another class that's going to probably be in there?
If you're going to say race, I was going to say Crystal Tiefling, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah, class. No, that'll probably... Well, I'm not sure. There's 30 plus races and 150 sub races. So it's going to have 3 new classes. Well, you know what? Hold on. First off, I didn't want to do that. First off, I'm going to fucking put that goddamn Kickstarter link there because, again, I'm going to promote it. I'm a part of Nat 19. I want this Kickstarter to fucking do good as fuck. And PFSOP currently doesn't have allowances for mixed ancestries other than Alvarin and Dromar. They're looking to creating bespoke mixed heritages, but they're never going to give blanket allowance to building whatever mixed ancestry you want. I had a feeling that was going to be the case. It's just, it's too open-ended. It's too open-ended, and it just leaves way too much room for bullshit. I'm not surprised that Pathfinder is only allowing those 2, because that's what they've established, and still with enough customizability that you can make something unique, but having the crazy mixed heritages, it just opens them up to too much bullshit that they just don't want to deal with, and I don't blame them.
Also, it'll probably have the Sword Saint, Petal Knight, and Inscriptor.
There we go, Inscriptor. I was like, there's another class! Alrighty. There is a cute little trailer, though, that freaking Logan did. That, again, I'm gonna shill for Nat 19 really quick, because it's fun and it's cool. Squeaky, I've already set aside $500. I don't care! I'm gonna shill it anyway!
Do you like playing D&D? Well, I'm Logan from Nat 19, and I've got just the Kickstarter for you! Retia the Land of Industry is a setting guide I'm working on that not only introduces a vast, dazzling setting, but also contains hundreds of spells, subclasses, new classes, items, NPCs, and even 31 new modular races with over 188 sub-races in these over 500 pages of content! Oh, and all the art for it is gorgeous. Our Kickstarter goes live on December 1st. Check the link below to sign up for notifications. Check it out. Or else.
I feel like there was another video. I think it was on TikTok. But yeah, I have no idea what levels of Hemkim. I have no idea what levels. There's another one. I'm pretty sure. I think it was. Well, let me heckin' go to my tiki talk. Mine tickin' talkin'. Because I know it was one of them.
No one expected. No one expected. What will happen?
I don't. I want to look for the commercial so I can keep shilling for a second. I think it's this one. I feel like I saw this one already. Yeah, no, I saw this one already.
Do you like playing D&D?
Yeah. I think it was I think he only did the one. If not, it's probably on his Twitter. But I'm not going to look for it on his Twitter. But yeah. Listen, I'm already prepared to do downgrades to play some of these classes depending on the DM. Yeah, so it already seems that before even actually truly touching Pathfinder, Logan already kind of has the essential spirit of Pathfinder in his works. And I definitely think if you're someone who plays Pathfinder but still wants to give 5e a chance but just wants that added variety and just fun, because Logan's classes are fun, just like, I don't know, give it a try. Give it a look. Freaking go on there and freaking tell it to notify you when it launches. That way you and 585 other people can be notified as soon as this launches on December 1st. By the way, it's launching December 1st. I'm going to show the fuck out of it then too. It's coming out in about 10 days. Holy shit. Anywho. Fucking backgrounds. They're pretty much like your backgrounds in D&D, probably just with more shit. So, I'm not going to go too into that. Shill more. But yeah, so it says, that's what it seems here. I'm looking at the background and it seems like they're kind of just like backgrounds in D&D. We got our languages, and then we've got our classes. We're already 3.5 hours in. I didn't turn on my music. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, we've got our standard classes that we've got here. Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Ranger, Rogue, Witch, Wizard. And all the archetypes for when you multi-classes these. We'll be here forever if we go through this book bit by bit.
Let's we got some good overviews and some of the icon classes here.
Yeah.
Can't help but notice you didn't say monk.
Monk's not here.
Monk isn't there?
It's
Monk
not.
isn't there.
I read what was there. It's not there.
Monk isn't.
What? Yeah, Monk's not here. Like, I'm not ignoring Monk, Lynn. I know you love monks. That's not here.
I noticed.
Why?
I don't know. I don't fucking play Pathfinder. What? Oh, fucking.
It's a base class. But
No, it's not. Not anymore. Not anymore, it seems. As
I guess they moved monk to advanced classes.
do you think so? Monk's not that difficult.
Remaster compatibility. Tenets of good. I mean, we can probably look into the forums and maybe... Yeah, no, Monk's not in the remaster. To quote Vegeta and Makilla, Monk, Sorcerer, and Champion won't have full remaster rules until Player Core 2 at Gen Con 2024. So they're not done.
It's a two-parter? And it's already fucking so damn near 600 pages?
Oh.
Or 500 pages, but it's,
Two-parter, Lamel. I guess.
the player course shit is going to be over 1,000 fucking pages long, isn't it?
I mean, it's just going to be 3 more classes, though. What else would be there besides Monk, Champion, and Sorcerer? Unless they're going to throw some other classes in there to make it a part 2.
I think they might throw an
PC Player Core 2 has 8 classes.
So I'm guessing Monk, Champion.
Well, your notice Barbarian also isn't here.
Barbarian, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Barbarian's not here.
So, because there's also Inventor, Gunslinger.
Kineticist. Kineticist,
Psychic,
Alchemist, Swashbuckler, Oracle, Investigator.
Psychic, I think, is one of them too.
Well, now we've listed way more that's to not 8. So, someone said, Descriptivist says Monk, Sorcerer, and Champion. Emerald says Kineticist. Deceptivist says Swashbuckler, Oracle, Investigator, and Barbarian. That's 7. Psychic and Inventor aren't Player Core 2. Just keep using Dark Archive and Guns and Gears. Okay. So Monk, Sorcerer, Champion. That's 3. Swashbuckler, Oracle, Investigator, and Barbarian. That's 7. What about Alchemist? Is that a Player Core?
It should be.
I'm gonna say it.
Also, Magus isn't there.
Oh yeah, Alk is
Summoner
PC
isn't
too.
there.
Okay, no, Alchemist is Player Core too.
Okay. There's a lot of classes already.
That's the one I want to look at too when it comes out.
Okay.
Because I have my very first, the only Pathfinder character I've ever created is an alchemist. And a little part of me was hoping it would be in this, but it's not. And that's okay. That's fine. I'll buy Player Core 2 and we'll have a stream about that when it comes out. So that's okay. But okay. So, that being said, again, we've got Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Ranger, Rogue, Witch, Wizard. We don't have to go through every one of them because I don't want to spend too much more time. We're already 3.5 hours in, and we did start later than usual streams of mine. So, are there any classes that you guys are interested in looking at right away? I'm thinking of looking at Ranger. Oh my god, I just remembered how wild Pathfinder World can get. There's a literal nation of communists F Ready Ninja is not exaggerating. Oh. It's either this, or I can pull out that Pathfinder sheet, and just based on the 8 classes we have here, knowing now that I only
Rogue
have
and Cleric, but I'm down to check out Ranger.
Yeah, you said Cleric and what else, Lynn?
Rogue.
Rogue? Okay. So, the first one is Cleric, so we'll just go them in the order. What about you, Anthony?
What's that?
Which one are you interested in looking at? I'm interested in Ranger. Lynn said Cleric and Rogue.
Honestly, Fighter. And
Fighter?
And Druid. So I know a lot about Druid. And Fighter actually is a really powerful class, even in 5e. So in Pathfinder, it's just they're just really good at critting. They're really good at critting people. They're really good at that.
So if we go in the order that they come out, we'll be starting with Cleric, then Druid and Fighter, then Rogue, then Ranger, and then Rogue. Okay. So that leads us to about 5 of them. Okay. So let's go just
Alrighty,
straight down.
so if we were trying to save time, Cleric, Fighter, Ranger?
Yeah. Cleric, Fighter, Ranger? Yeah, I can do that. Alright, so we're gonna skip over to the Bard. This is still a Bard. There's a Dancer. Dancer Bard. Neat. Cool. Alrighty, Cleric. So the key attribute is Wisdom. The hit points are 8 plus your Constitution modifier. You increase your maximum number of HP by this number at first level and every level thereafter. So, at a glance, the initial proficiencies at first level, you gain the listed proficiency ranks and the following statistics. You are untrained in anything not listed unless you gain a better proficiency rank in some other way. You are trained in Perception. Your saving throws are Fortitude, Reflex, and are an expert in Will. Your skills, you are trained in Religion. You are trained in one skill determined by your choice of deity. You are trained in a number of additional skills equal to 2 plus your intelligence modifier. You are trained in simple weapons. You are trained in the favored weapon of your deity. If your deity's favored weapon is uncommon, you also gain access to that weapon. Trained in unarmed attacks. Oh my god, I can't remember how the Pathfinder... Well, oh yeah, I already read that. Defenses. Untrained in all armor, though your doctrine might alter this. Trained in unarmored defense. Spells. Trained in spell attack modifier. Trained in spell DC. Class DC. Trained in cleric class DC. Alrighty. So your cleric advancement is listed in this box below. I'll actually zoom in a little bit more so we can get a better look. Let me just really quick, because now I'm kind of curious myself how well people can see. Yeah, it's okay. Alrighty. So we've got the advancement if you don't multi-class or anything, I think. The cleric spells per day chart. This is the kind of shit that like my brain doesn't work, but it's interesting. The miraculous spell class feature gives you a 10th rank spell slot that works a bit differently from other spells. Oh. So you get 1 miraculous. Okay. So at level 1, Ancestry and Background, Attribute Boost, Initial Proficiencies, Deity, Cleric, Spellcasting, Divine Font, Doctrine. Okay, we won't worry too much about this. Just to make sure, Lynn, what specifically are we interested in when it comes to this? Are you interested in all this stuff? Or are you interested in the feats and spells? Because the spells are in the later half of the book.
Mostly.
Okay, let's see. All right, so the doctrines. Okay, so we have the cloistered cleric, and then we have the war priest specifically. The war priest specifically, you have trained in the more militant doctrine of your church, focusing on both spells and battle. First doctrine. You're trained in light and medium armor, and you have expert proficiency in fortitude saves. You gain the shield block general feat, you can find it on page 262, a reaction to reduce damage with a shield. If your deity's favorite weapon is a simple weapon or an unarmed attack...
It's Dookie in the previous player core, so I want to see if they actually make it good here.
Yeah. If your deity's favorite weapon is a simple weapon or an unarmed attack, you gain the Deadly Simplicity Cleric feat. At 13th level, you gain the Divine Defense class feature. You also gain expert proficiency in light and medium armor. Your second doctrine at 3rd, you're trained in martial weapons. At 7th level, you get your third doctrine. You gain expert proficiency with your deity's favorite weapon, martial weapons, simple weapons, and unarmed attacks. When you critically succeed in an attack roll using your deity's favorite weapon, you apply the weapon's critical specialization effect. You can use your spell DC in place of your class DC. Your fourth doctrine, your proficiency ranks for the attack spell modifier and spell DC statistics increase to expert. Fifth doctrine, your proficiency rank for fortitude saves increases to master. When you roll a success at a fortitude save, you get a critical success instead. And then your final doctrine, you gain mastered proficiency with your deity's favorite weapon, spell attack modifier, and spell DC. Your cleric feats. At 2nd level and every 2 levels thereafter, you gain a cleric class feat. Your skill feats at 2nd level and every 2 levels thereafter, you gain a skill. Skill feats can be found in chapter 4. You must be trained or better in the corresponding skill to select a skill feat. Then we have general ones. Skill increases, ancestry feats, perception, expertise, resolute faith. And then we've got the deadly simplicity. So I'm not sure what we're looking for specifically here, but I'm looking at the war priest. And then cloistered cleric, war priest.
Alrighty, so it's definitely better than it was, but is still going to be trailing behind a fair bit. Expert at 7 is nice, though not getting master until 19 is pretty blat.
Yeah, that is.
That's interesting. Like just before like max level, that's when you get master proficiency. That's kind of okay.
It's definitely way better than it was though.
Okay. Deadly simplicity, resolute faith, reflex expertise, divine defense, weapon specialization, miraculous spell.
In that its weapon trains scales it all now.
Yeah. You learned how to inflict greater injuries with your weapons, miraculous spell. You're exalted by your deity and gain truly incredible spells. You gain a single 10th rank spell slot and can prepare a spell in that slot using cleric spell casting. Unlike with those spell slots, you can't use 10th rank slots with abilities that give you more spell slots or that let you cast spells without expending spell slots. You don't gain more 10th ranks as you spell level up, but you can take the Maker of Miracles feat to gain a 2nd slot. Cleric feats by name. Okay, we have them here on the leveled feat that there are that you can get them at, I guess. And then we've got the spells. Harming Hands, Healing Hands, Premonition of Avoidance, Reach Spell. What are these? Yeah, these are the cleric feats, I'm guessing. Specifically cleric feats. Panic of the Dead, Rapid Response, Sap Life, Versatile Font, Communal Healing, and Blazing Armament. War Priest's Armor, Restorative Strike, Channel Smite, Sacred Ground, Magic Hands, Martyr, Selective Energy. I'm guessing, yeah, no, these are still feats. Sample Cleric. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Ebb and Flow.
I was mostly looking at armor and weapon proficiencies for the War Priest, so I'm good.
Okay. So then we will move to the Druid. That's another sample cleric. Follow the Lady of Graves. You respect the sanctity of both life and death. So it's like a sample. Alrighty, druid.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Key attribute wisdom. Hit points 8 plus your constitution modifier at a glance. At first level, you gain a list of proficiency ranks. You're untrained in anything not listed unless you gain a better proficiency rank in some way. You're trained in perception. Your saving throws are in fortitude, reflex, and an expert in will. Your skills are trained in nature. Trained in one skill determined by your druidic order. Trained in a number of additional skills equal to 2 plus your intelligence modifier. Your attacks, you are trained in simple weapons and in unarmed attacks. You are trained in light armor, trained in medium armor, and trained in unarmored defense. You are trained in spell attack modifier and trained in spell DC. Alrighty. Anything you're interested in specifically when it comes to the druid?
Well, let's see. Nothing so. Well, it looks like everything's pretty normal. Well, I guess everything looks pretty normal. From the spellcasting stuff. Let's see. Anathema. Attributes, proficiencies, anathemas. Okay. Well, I guess I'm interested in, let's see. The orders look the same. Doesn't look like anything's actually changed statistically or.
There's animal, leaf, and storm.
Oh, there's. Oh, wait, what's untamed? What the hell is untamed?
That's new. Untamed, the uncontrollable call of the wild world courses through your body. You might have been raised by a wild animal, or you might have come to reject the artifices of cities after growing up in one. Now, Primal Urge grants you the ability to wear the form of an untamed creature. So the order skill is Intimidation. Your druid feat is Untamed Form. Order spell is Untamed Shift. Anathema, become fully domesticated by the temptations of civilization. This doesn't prevent you from buying and using processed goods or staying in a city for an adventurer, but you can never come to rely on these conveniences or truly call such a place your permanent home. You can go to the Dairy Queen and get yourself a Blizzard, but don't you dare apply for a job there.
Huh. Oh, they changed Druidic into Wild Song. That's cool.
Let's see.
Also,
the alphabet
Squeaky.
is fractals.
Yes?
That is the most scuffed snow leopard.
Where's your silly graphic?
Oh! I forgot!
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, you spent all night working on that. Way to go.
Spend all night on it.
You spent 3 days on it.
I mostly got it to do the silly promotional image, but yeah, no, I forgot about putting it. I forgot. And it's funny because I had thought about putting it on before the stream even started, but then we just kind of went straight into things, and then I just kind of forgot. I'm sorry. There we go. There we go. Now I am. It's still a bit scuffed. Hold on.
Making assets is hard.
There we go. Does it look like I'm looking at? I'm so sorry. I photoshopped this thing, and then I forgot about it until this very moment. I'm sorry. I did it all wrong. I'm gonna just.
No, it does not look like you're looking at porn.
No, I'm looking at Pathfinder.
So you're doing it right.
But no, that is the most scuffed fucking snow leopard I've ever seen. I've never noticed that before.
It looks like shit.
It looks wrong. It's wrongly proportioned. Everything about it's super stylized, I guess you would call it.
Drugami is best cat.
It's scuffed as fuck.
Not how
it looks like it belongs in a Pixar movie.
Yeah.
Looks like fucking Diego from Ice Age.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
No. Okay, so Let's see this in new spell share. Spell shape treat the powers of your spells. Meta magic called spell shapes. Alter. Okay, so okay, druids can have meta magic.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Too bad my favorite spell is a 2-round spell, which means I can't use meta magic actions on it. But it is my favorite. Oh yeah, see right there, reach. I think that's new.
Oh.
I don't know if that was part of the druid set. Doesn't look familiar. No, but everything else looks basically the same. I really can't tell if there's anything different.
Okay.
Yeah, weird. Like everything feels like it's the same.
I mean, maybe they just changed some of the wordings to kind of like modernize it, but generally kept it similar.
Maybe. Oh wait, voice of nature. That's new. You just get animal empathy or plant empathy now.
Yeah, you gain your choice of animal empathy or plant empathy druid feat.
Ooh. Neat.
Yeah.
That is new. So plant empathy and animal empathy let you make diplomacy checks on those things to gain information from them, or make simple requests of them. You know, just plants and being able to speak with plants and fungus fucks up so much shit, dude. I'm telling you. Animals, plants, fungus, just you could fuck up a lot by casting any of those spells. You can hear in real time
as the corn screams as it is harvested.
Yeah, but you can also ask the corn where fucking Jeepers Creepers is, where the cornfields is hiding.
Alrighty, what else do we have here? The druid feats by name.
Those poor Rooksy are getting fucking yeeted. That's sad. Anyway.
Alrighty, we have our sample druid.
That's an animal druid. That's an animal circle druid because they're untamed druid. Yeah, which means they're feral, like feral child druids.
Yeah. And then another one, this one's a storm druid.
My storm druid's much better looking.
If you can speak to animals or especially plants, you'll find unconsidered witnesses everywhere.
Mm-hmm. What the hell is garland spell? Next spell, fungus and plant trait. A garland of plants grows in a 10-foot burst from the range. Difficult and hazardous to... Oh, these are different. These are new. What's a oh my... Wait, you can make a druidic monument now? Oh, ward. You can make a primal ward.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, these are new. This I don't know about. Healing transfer. Shift gets
like
heals.
What person is going to demand you remove the potted plant from the room before talking about something sensitive?
A crazy paranoid person. They probably wouldn't have a plant in there in the first place if they didn't want that happening. Because, you know. But also, who would think to talk to the plant? It's a fucking crazy druid.
Aside from a druid.
Yeah, fucking crazy druids, man.
Huh.
I love druids. My druid's my favorite.
Small buffs to individual feats. Yeah. Okay. Anything else that catches your attention, Anthony?
That fucking leaf druid. Look at that leaf druid art. Look at that little lily pad like Leshy right there.
Yeah.
He's ready to fuck you up. Fucking Lombre is pissed.
Kaze says, check the room for flies. They are a security risk. My son. Yeah, you can summon heckin' little Leshy. Summon plant or fungus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's his boy.
Leyline. You can become a leyline conduit. You can cast a spell of 5th rank or lower that has no duration. You don't expend prep spells as you cast it. That is fucking wild. And perfect shape-shifting. Nature incarnate. You transform into a kaiju! That's still the same. I just didn't think it'd still be on here, because that's crazy. Here for a 20th level, you become Godzilla. Unironically.
Which one is that one again?
True shapeshifter.
Oh,
you
dragon
get
shape,
nature.
untamed form. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
That is fucking awesome. Just druids you can turn into the monster now. It's big.
Oh.
big monster. And fighter man. I don't expect this to be very different. I just want to see how their scaling is now.
Okay, scaling in terms of what?
In terms of just their stretch boots, boots. Okay. Alright, I mean, just like their class skills, like bravery and tactics and all that. So it looks all right. Their skills look the same.
So fighters are experts in perception, experts in fortitude, experts in reflex, trained in will, trained in your choice of acrobatics or athletics, trained in a number of additional skills equal to 3 plus your intelligence modifier. They are experts in simple weapons, expert in martial weapons, trained in advanced weapons, and experts in unarmed attacks, trained in all armor, and trained in unarmored defense.
All right, so that's, I think there's a few more experts than there's normal levels. I don't think they have that many expertises.
Nah, that's the same.
Really? Interesting.
Okay.
So let's see. Shield block still good. Active strike, we still have that bravery. We'll say battle hardened, reflex in the last turn. If level learning experience, again, and his feet touch to be prep. Okay.
Sorcerer, Oracle, and Psychic also have 20th level feats for casting 5th rank spells without spending slots.
That's badass. I like what that just shows. Like I'm the super wizard. Anyway, no, this really, I guess this all is pretty much the same.
Okay.
I'm almost disappointed. Maybe their feats are different, but so far I'm a little bit.
If you want, I can pass you this. Or you can give it a better heckin' looks.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so sample fighter bully. Using a two-handed weapon, you push foes about the battlefield and deal grievous wounds. You excel at taking on the biggest enemy standing in your way.
Angry dwarf.
Angie.
Duelist.
I like how they have like samples here. Of, like an
archer
example.
fighter.
Yeah.
I made a fist fighting druid fighter rather. A fist fighter who was a martial artist who outscaled monks in flat damage output.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because monks don't get legendary unarmed. They only get expert.
Yeah.
Which is really fucking weird.
And here are more feats.
They get master.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, master, not legend. Okay, sorry, expert, master, legend. Yeah. Okay, ranger.
We have the Hemkem Ranger. So
I like how they have a very much Irish-looking character being the ranger.
But it's actually the same as fighter's legendary in actual practice.
Yeah, I know, just really funny.
Okay, so we're expert in perception, expert in fortitude, reflex, and trained in will, trained in nature, trained in survival, trained in a number of additional skills equal to 4 plus your intelligence modifier, trained in simple, trained in martial, trained in unarmed, trained in light, trained in medium armor, and unarmored defense. Yeah, so far fighter has a lot of expert and stuff. Okay. So, we have our advancement. Blah blah. Hunt prey, general feats, skill increase, hunter's edge. You have trained to become a skill hunter and tracker, gaining an extra benefit when you hunt prey depending on the focus of your training. Choose a hunter's edge. Flurry, outwit, and precision. You have trained to unleash a devastating flurry of attacks upon your prey. Your multiple attack penalty for attacks against your hunted prey is -3, -2 with an agile weapon. On your second attack of the turn, instead of -5 and -6, -4 with an agile weapon, and your third on subsequent attack and turn instead of -10. Oh. Descriptivist. I'm sorry if I keep saying your name wrong. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for spending your time here. You're usually just having a chill vibe. I normally don't stream Friday nights, but I really wanted to kind of go over this while it was new. Ooh. Alrighty, Hunter's Edge. I was reading that. Outwit. You're talented at outwitting your prey. You gain a +1 circumstance bonus to AC against your prey's attacks and a +2 circumstance bonus to deception checks, intimidation checks, stealth checks, and any checks to recall knowledge about the prey. Precision. You have trained to aim for your prey's weak points. The first time you hit your hunted prey in a round, you also deal 1d8 additional precision damage. Precision damage increases the damage you already dealt, using the same type but is ineffective against creatures that lack vital organs or weak points. At 11th level, the extra damage increases to 2d8 precision damage, and at 19th level, the extra damage increases to 3d8 precision damage. That's cool. I like that. I like that one.
It's like Hunter's Mark, but automatic.
Yeah. It's automatic Hunter's Mark. That's
so better.
Cool.
Yeah, it is.
You don't have to worry about it. It's just there. You gain a +2 circumstance bonus to perception checks when you seek your prey, and a +2 circumstance bonus to survival checks when you track your prey. You also ignore the penalty for making ranged attacks with your second range increment against the prey you're hunting. Okay. Then we've got increases. Will expertise, ancestry feats, ranged weapon expertise, trackless journey, nature's edge, ranger's expertise, warden's endurance. Okay, medium armor expertise. You can do that. You can get that at 11th. Unimpeded journey, martial weapon mastery. Oh. Greater natural reflexes, greater weapon specialization, perception legend, masterful hunter. Okay. Well, are these? Yeah, these are just general feats.
Yeah.
But you still have to pick like one of these.
No, these are ones you get just as you level.
So you get all 3 of these when I reach 7th level?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a lot. Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Level ups mean the later level ups mean a lot.
Okay.
Also, 19th level feat, your Hunter's Mark can now be just free if that's your first thing you do that turn.
Yeah, I'm just looking here and they repeated the flurry, outwit, and precision thing again. It's on here
Gotta
twice.
enjoy how Squeaky just occasionally takes a moment to meditate and center herself.
Huh? Huh? What? No, like, I was looking with my eyes and I see Hunter's Edge here, and this exact geschmoigity of words is right here.
Your VTuber keeps desensing and putting you in sleeper mode.
Oh, it's probably just because like the tracking, or I'm just getting a little too late. But yeah, they oh wait. Oh no, it's not the exact same. It's just when you get to 17th, depending on your edge, you get more stuff. Okay, no, I hadn't read it yet. Those are different. Yeah, no, it took me a bit. Sorry. So if you chose Flurry at 17th level, you can blend your weapon mastery with skillful targeting to make a series of precise attacks. If you have master proficiency with your weapon, your multiple attack penalty for attacks against your hunted prey is -2, -1 with an agile weapon on your second attack of the turn, and -4, -2 with an agile weapon, and on your third subsequent attacks of the turn.
It's like at that point, your attack bonus is so fucking huge that that's so negligible.
Yeah. Outwit. Your
Yeah.
mastery of skills allows you to overwhelm your prey. If you have master proficiency in deception, intimidation, stealth, or the skill you use to recall knowledge about your prey, increase the circumstance bonus against the prey with that skill from +2 to +4. If you have master proficiency with your armor, increase the circumstance bonus to AC against the prey from 1 to 2. Precision. Your weapon mastery allows you to hit your prey's vital area multiple times. The second time in a round you hit your hunted prey, you also deal 1d8 precision damage. At 19th level, your second hit in a round against your hunted prey deals 2d8, and your third hit in a round against your hunted prey deals 1d8 precision damage. So with precision, now that one hit with Hunter's Mark, now you get 2 hits with Hunter's Mark, essentially. If I'm understanding that properly. Now you're getting an extra attack with Hunter's Mark.
I think that sounds right.
Can I just point out how funny it is that we're looking at Ranger to the tune of Eyes on Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very funny to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lo, where's this song from? It's the Final
Fantasy VIII.
It's the Final Fantasy VIII lo-fi music best of, and this is like Eyes on Me and some other one, and it's funny because we're looking over the Ranger. So yeah, from what I'm understanding, your weapon mastery allows you to hit your prey's vital area multiple times. The second time in a round, you hit your hunted prey. So as in, you're using another action to hit them. It has Hunter's Mark. And then if you choose to hit them a third time, it has Hunter's Mark, but only up to 1d8. So essentially, when you get to this point, and if I'm understanding this correctly, if your Hunter's Edge is precision, and you're at this level, when you would hit your enemy, it would get up to 3d8. If you choose to hit it a second time, you have up to a 2d8. And then if you choose to hit it a third time, you get up to 1. You get just the 1d8. So essentially, you can just hit your opponent with Hunter's Mark for your whole turn.
Yeah.
If I'm understanding that correctly. That's kind of fucked.
Assuming you can keep hitting.
Assuming you can keep hitting the enemy, that you're in a position that you can just keep striking the enemy, whether it be with a bow and arrow, crossbow, or whatever throwing weapon you're using. Whatever weapon you're using, if you can hit the target and land the hit, you can fuck them up.
Hitting multiple times in one turn is often a pretty tall order, but if you can do it, heck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact, shuriken are cheap and are 1 copper piece each, and they are just pure benefit.
So you'll probably want to use a feat like Twin Takedown or Hunted Shot. Huh.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. Yep.
You should take a look at those because they're early on feats.
They probably want to use a feat like Twin Takedown or Hunted Shot.
They're like right there.
So Hunted Shot, you take 2 quick shots against the one you hunt. Make 2 strikes against your prey with the required weapon. If both hit the same creature, combine their damage for the purpose of resistances and weaknesses. Apply your multiple attack penalty to each strike normally.
You have to be holding a ranged weapon with a reload of 0, so a normal bow. Okay. Or some weapon that has no reload.
Okay. And then Twin Takedown. You swiftly attack your hunted prey with each of your weapons, potentially combining their damage into a single devastating attack. Make 2 strikes against your hunted prey, 1 with each of the required weapons. If both hit the same hunted prey, combine their damage for the purpose of its resistances and weaknesses. Apply your multiple attack penalty to each strike normally.
I love with melee weapon skills like that because it implies that you can enchant your weapons to be 2 different things, and if they're both the weaknesses of the enemy, then you're just hitting all their weaknesses and fucking them up really hard.
And thanks, Descriptivist. I'm adorable and great.
And your birthday's tomorrow, technically today in some parts of the U.S.
It is?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Lynn.
Ha.
Yeah, right now it's only 10 o'clock for me and Lynn. So her birthday is in 2 hours. But if you are in the East Coast, it is Lynn's birthday. Which actually reminds me now. Hold on. There we go. Now that that's done. Now that that's done.
Get fucked, Lynn. Now all of
What a
China knows
birthday.
you're
Yes. Now all of China knows it's your birthday. Hold on. Hold on. I wanna get a party hat. I want to get a cute one though. Like, I want to get one that will look good on Lynn. This one has like a white outline on it. I want a cute one. Yeah, this will work. That's not a... God damn it, it's a fake PNG. I want a PNG! That's an orange. An orange. Tabletop Obscura? Hello and welcome. How are you doing today? I feel like I've seen your name around a couple times too. How are you doing? Hello and welcome. We're just kind of looking... Well, first off, we're kind of detracting a bit. I'm trying to look for a PNG for a party hat for Lynn. Because it's now her birthday. And this'll do. This'll do. Hold on. We're gonna save as it. What do you mean .html?
Hey, I think I know that name.
Do you? Not too bad.
I was
just
old
like...
when the universe was young. I witnessed the great expansion where the pinprick of all that ever was and will be scattered into infinity, and will one day see it all return to naught but dust in the vast empty. Still, it is meaningful to account for time, lest we forget to live.
I feel like I've seen the name. I definitely feel like I've seen your name before, Tabletop. Do you also stream Pathfinder stuff? Because sometimes I look for Pathfinder streamers. Do you also...
I believe Obscura is someone who I've done a stream on with some of their stuff. Who's been in chat rooms with a lot of... I can't speak. I've done a lot of streams with Obscura in there, and I was mostly a guest in those streams, you see.
Oh. I'm sorry, I keep trying to find a party hat PNG and I can't find one. I found one, but
yeah,
it won't
let
me use it.
Obscura is a cool dude. Person.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Heckin', here's what I'm gonna heckin' do. I'm gonna give you a heckin' follow.
Oh no, whatever will we do? I suppose we'll just have to go without and carry on.
Huh? No, I want to get you a party hat. First off, I'm gonna give Tabletop Obscura a heckin' follow. Well, I have a footprint now. And I'm gonna give you a heckin' shout out because again, I'm kind of still like, I like to look at people who talk about this, about Pathfinder and sometimes even D&D because I'm trying to learn. That's why I'm doing this. I want to learn. But I also right now want to find a party hat for Lynn. So I'm gonna find one because I've already said that I will. We're gonna get one. I'm so stubborn. I'm getting one. I'm gonna get one. Open link in new tab, but it just takes me here. I don't want to. That was kind of cute. I just want to, but I want just a really cute one. Actually, hey, that one's kind of cute. That one's really simple too. Okay, I think I found one. And it's a PNG. All right. I am very stubborn, but I have found one.
Happy birthday, Lynn. Have good day and or birthday waffles.
Birthday waffles? Ooh. Okay, I got it. I got it. Hold on, I'm gonna put it over here. I got it at a pretty good angle too, but I'm gonna
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna flip it. I flipped it wrong. I flipped
Way
it.
Way to fucking go. You can flip it two ways. You can flip it one of two ways and you picked the wrong way. How did you lose that coin flip? You literally lost the easiest coin flip in history.
There we go.
That coin had two fucking heads on it and you still got tails.
I did it. I did it.
Way to go.
I don't know. How do you get lost in a hallway?
I did it. There we go. There you go. There. You already have a hat. It's hard.
Just a smaller hat on top. It's like fucking Kingdom Hearts. Just a smaller hat.
It's just gonna block.
Awesome. Perfect.
It's too big.
You did.
Lynn,
Every time you succeed, you manage to fail even worse than when you succeeded before.
Lynn, you already have a hat.
No one's making you put a fucking hat on Lynn's head.
I want to.
Then shut up. Put the hat on.
It's it's the principle.
Just do it.
I'm doing it. I
Well,
can't.
do it, but stop fucking it up.
I can't rotate. I'm trying
Rotate banana
I'm
back.
trying to rotate. I can't rotate the fucking hat. It won't let me rotate. Here, just take it. You can just here. I'll put it here. Your hat is wearing the hat now. There we go. We did what we could. That's Rich coming from the Discord, kitten. You mean I'm not the Discord kitten.
If you mean me, I'm gonna fucking ban you.
If you need help with Pathfinder 2, drop me a message or drop by the stream. We should be able to help you
ROTATE
out.
banana.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll be keeping an eye out. Like, it's really, well, I'd say it's really nice to meet you, but it's really nice to have you here in my chat, Tabletop Obscura. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Again, I've been really wanting to learn Pathfinder and more on D&D, and I've been taking my time to kind of learn both. And Anthony and Lynn have really been helpful with like this little journey that I've been on. Pathfinder has been a little bit harder.
Also, didn't Tabletop Obscura make Sinclair's library?
Yeah, they did.
I don't know.
It's really cool shit. They're a pretty cool person. They made really cool shit.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't had any opportunity to play Pathfinder because, for a lack of putting it in any other way, I kind of can't play Pathfinder. There's no way for me to. The only way I can, I'm kind of being blocked from, so I can't play Pathfinder. So
I'm working on it.
No, it's okay. It's just it makes me a little sad, but I've been really happy learning where I can. Like, I'm already looking at this, and we might unfortunately not have the time to fill up a sheet, but I would definitely maybe want to consider next Friday doing another stream. I'm not sure yet. This will be up in the air. But maybe sometime again, another stream where we try to fill out a sheet and maybe adapt one of my characters from taking one of my characters from one of these Summoners Networks games, which are homebrewed games, and adapting them to this. And honestly, looking at this, I can probably make a pretty busted polo with this. Hi,
you can.
Kabozi. Hello, how we doing, doll? Well, the offer's there, but
I don't think.
to
I think
Yeah.
I have the character sheet. I had it. I think I still have it. I
Mhm.
made Exemplar Gorthos
Yes,
at
you
20th
did.
level, and I got him the item. And it's just, hey, so this is what he would look like if we use this, and we got the 20th level at this point. And it's just,
Yeah.
oh, is it just he's fucking indestructible and there's a cataclysm all on his own?
Hell yeah. And thank you
Because
again for
Exemplar is
stopping by,
stupid.
Obscura.
Yeah.
I'll definitely look forward to catching one of your streams. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out. Thank you for coming. Also, Black, I fully expect to get decked if I ever meet you in person. I know
Take
the
care,
grave
Obscura. Nice seeing you.
Yeah.
You would think that, but I'm actually not one for violence.
No,
in person.
He's just
I'm in the sphere of I will enact unending devastation upon all in front of me in the virtual setting. I don't want to do that in real life.
No, Anthony's just a teddy bear. He's just a teddy bear.
I mostly talk, honestly.
He'll just suplex you.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. But yeah, no, I think you can make a fun. I think if we got Eric and Emerald in here to make them, and if we have this new thing in here, we actually could, because there's ways we can make fish people-ish, kind of. We can make like a water person, because elemental genies.
We can fuck around with the ancestries, but just on the basis of the classes. We can definitely get like Marco and Ronan and Polo and get them adapted. You can make a muscle bard
really easy.
Undines, yeah.
Yeah, Undines. Marco and Digital Stick. Mounted combat is actually viable in Pathfinder when you have the right feats. So
I wonder, because technically Polo would probably fall under Nephilim.
You would.
Being a half demon.
Well, which kind of demon? Are you a daemon, a demon, or a devil?
Yeah, that's where we'd have to kind of really think about it.
Which, if we want to look at the Nephilim right now, we could probably figure that one out.
Yeah. Well, let's keep looking really quickly at Ranger's stuff, because I'm seeing here animal empathy. You have a connection to the creatures of the natural world that allows you to communicate with them on a rudimentary level. You can use diplomacy to make an impression on animals and to make very simple requests of them. In most cases, wild animals will give you time to make your case.
I can make a gnome champion with a familiar. Anyway.
Yeah, no, we could adapt we can try to see if we can make the Zelda team in freaking Pathfinder. Why not? It'd be a fun lesson in building character sheets. I'd be totally down to do that.
Now,
Ronan could be a Gripply instead of a fish, so he is Magic Frog.
Gripplies are adorable, and they are just tiny frog people.
Mature animal companion. Your animal companion gains a mature animal companion and gains additional capabilities. Your animal companion has greater independence during an encounter. Even if you don't use command and animal action, your animal companion Hazard Fineless, Peerless Warden, Deadly Aim. Making your shot more challenging, but dealing more damage if you hit. Make your ranged strike against your hunted prey at a -2 penalty. You gain a +4 circumstance bonus to damage on that strike. This bonus increases to +6 at 11th and +8 at 15th. Wow. And then we have Animal Ranger.
They have a raptor in this image.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have dinosaurs.
That's
pretty fucking cool.
Oh, do they only have the one sample? Oh.
So yeah, but
sad.
then they also have like special companions and all that too, like weird wacky shit at the bottom there.
Yeah.
And also blind fighting, stealth companions. Specialized. You have an incredible companion. Your companion grows in power and ability. And is now cunning enough to become specialized. Your companion gains 1 specialization. You can choose this up to 3 times, and you can specialize your pet to do all kinds of wacky shit, and it's fucking crazy. And you can just have some crazy fucking it's like Drizzt's Panther, but even more batshit insane. You can even make them fully independent.
Yeah, awesome.
But that's if you want to go down the Beastmaster route with the single pet. And then you have the Rugi.
Okay. Yeah, we have the Rogi. The Rogi.
I like how rogues can have every kind of stat be their key stat except for a con.
Yeah.
Because strength rogues are just called thugs.
Alrighty. So when it comes to, if we were to, because Polo would probably be under a Nephilim.
So here's how these go.
Mm-hmm.
Daemons are emotions manifested, negative emotions that want to destroy all creation.
Mm-hmm.
Demons are forces of pure chaos that want to destroy all creation. And
Mhm.
devils are lawyers that want to subjugate all of creation through the use of the written word and loopholes. So you got Grim, Hell. So Grim Spawn is Daemon, Hell Spawn is Devil, and I think the one at the top I think is the Fiend, the demon one is up there with Pit Fiend, yeah, Pitborn. That's demons. And respectively, Grim Spawn, lawful neutral, Hell Spawn, lawful evil, Pitborn, chaotic evil.
Yeah.
Let's say not
Deception.
lawful neutral, lawful evil, neutral evil, chaotic evil. Sorry.
Horrific forms of death that devour souls.
Fun fact, Driz Panther isn't actually an animal companion. Gwen Huivar is an onyx figurine of wondrous power.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's actually an item. You have different figurines of power that turn into little creatures, and they become statues when it's over. You have like little different shaped animals and statuettes. It's really cute. And they don't die if they're killed. They just turn back to their statuette, and if that is broken, then they die, which that's really sad.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess this all boils down to, Squeaky, if you have any insight, who the fuck was Antares?
Well, here's the thing. This is where we kind of clash a bit, because with the world of Zelda, he was just a very powerful demon. I know I definitely like to attribute like stars with Polo's family, but that was mostly just kind of cute flavor nomenclature. I wouldn't say Hellspawn.
Grimspawn might be a little bit difficult. Die Hard. So how Die Hard works in Pathfinder and how it's different than 5e. In Pathfinder, when you die, you get dying conditions, right? And that can go up to 3. If you're dying 3, you're dead. Die Hard lets you go to dying 4. So you get and you're just and you recover a bit faster from that, if I recall correctly. Die Hard. But that's the difference. So it's easier for you to come back from the brink of death than other people.
Okay.
I'm gonna double check my sources there real quick.
Which doesn't sound that meaningful, but it absolutely is.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. You get dying. You die
4
from the
and then
condition.
die at 5.
I'm sorry.
Dying 5.
Dying 5, not 4. Sorry. You are instead of 4. Everyone has 4, but you have 5, which means that actually is pretty fucking huge. Especially when you're dying, because that extra bit of wiggle room means a lot.
When I think
it basically means you have an extra gamer life.
When I think about how demons work and how they have the malice and everything, I'd probably say the closest thing would probably be the Pitborn.
I was about to bring up Pitborn, yeah.
And it's just a thing in that because of the half-human heritage, we can just kind of say that in terms of, again, she has the horns. That can be how it shows itself.
Yep,
and with that, it's pretty and after that, it's pretty minimal in terms of what shows her heritage. That's where it would be her horns.
It's it can be that little nothing.
Yeah. So I'd probably say
her horns in her chops.
It would probably she would probably be a Pitborn. They'd be trained in athletics, and if you're already trained from your background of class,
you also get a first level 1 skill feat for any athletics, which is a pretty big fucking list. But you get a freebie. It's a common one, not one of those crazy special ones, but still.
Yeah, no, we can definitely. Obviously, again, I'm looking at the clock. It's 10:30, and unfortunately, I don't want to go too much longer. But that's definitely something for maybe a future stream, whether it be next week, or maybe we do it in place of Final Fantasy next week. We just again talk more about Pathfinder just at an earlier half of the day. I'm definitely down to do that. I'm definitely down to look at this and try to adapt Polo to Pathfinder to see what happens. See how much I can go. And maybe just go level 20 like you did with Gorthos.
Yeah, the way I did it though was 1 to 20 at each level. It took a little bit, but holy shit.
But that's fine though, because if we dedicate a stream to doing character sheets, then there you go. And it'll also be looking at the book here and there too while we're building said character sheets. So I think that's a good stream idea. Not for this week, obviously, because we've got something special tomorrow for Lynn's birthday. And then Sunday is going to be .hackgu. And then Monday we'll be going back to some more Tears of the Kingdom. But next week, again, I don't normally stream on Fridays, so there probably won't be a Friday stream. And next Saturday, we'll probably resume with one of our Saturday cycled games. Whether it be Kingdom Hearts or Little Goody Two Shoes. We'll see what happens. And then normally next Sunday would be Final Fantasy XIV. Just kind of chill vibes and self-care and talk. But I'm down to fucking adapt. I'm down to take that day and adapt our characters in the Pathfinder and see what happens. Just, again, I think it's also a really good learning experience and getting used to filling out sheets. I don't get to fill out sheets often, and I think it would really, really help.
Yep.
So
really
I'm
fun.
definitely down to do that, and I think that's something that we can definitely plan. But I think we're going to call it here. We've been going for 4.5 hours, and as much as I would love to go more, it has been a very long day from a already very long fucking week.
Tell me about it.
So before we do anything, though, I want to take a moment to first off thank everybody who came here to spend time with me.
I'm doing pretty well. Bit sleepy though.
Yeah, again, we're getting pretty late, and I think what we're gonna do is just take a moment to, funny enough, Tabletop Obscura has started streaming. So I think we're gonna pay them a little visit. They paid me a little visit, and I think it's a perfect time. I said I was gonna go check them out. Let's check them out with a heckin' raid. How about it? Freaking, let's fucking go. Let's raid. Whoop.
That immediate turnaround.
They're also streaming Pathfinder, so if you guys want to let's see, they're doing something called No Place Like the Bay, Hoist the Colors, Book 2, Session 1, Homebrew Pathfinder 2. So it seems like they're actually doing a game. I'll look into them. I hadn't seen them on the Ancestry page in the Paizo site.
Yep.
Did you see the Araketi ancestry is amphibious and the Undine? Oh. Again, I want to thank everybody.
I like the Undine.
I want to thank everybody who took the time to come in and say hi, to drop a follow, to talk Pathfinder, to talk tabletop in general. Again, this is a lot of fun, and I think is really helping in not only helping me be more comfortable about these things, because again, I don't think I'm stupid. I just have a lot to learn, and I wish I could understand it as quickly as all my other friends, but I'm a little slow to it. But we're learning. We're going on this journey. We're going on this journey, and it makes me really happy to see people join me and not only have fun here, but even like educate and talk about it. I love talking about things. If you guys are come to my other streams, you'll notice that I talk in tangent a lot, and because there's so much to talk about here, there's just so much. So either way, I'm not going to hold you guys any longer. We are going to be rating Tabletop Obscura, who did just start streaming. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. I will see you all later, or tomorrow. I will see you sometime tomorrow, actually, if you guys join. If you haven't hit follow, definitely hit it now. And if you want notifications, definitely hit that bell. You can also find me in my socials here. You can also check out the merch if you want. You can also check Nat19 for more stuff about that setting guide, and also the Summoners Network, where you'll also find me at times during the week for some homebrew stuff. But I think I'm gonna head out right now. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Thank you so much again for coming. Bye-bye, everybody. Mwah. I'll make sure to
Bye-bye.
use this asset again.